Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone. What is going on? We're early, we're a minute early. You can't say a bloody word about it. If my microphone's insanely loud, just let me know because I've just adjusted some settings. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's a nice little lo-fi vibe, isn't it? Gleamguard, welcome. Oh, what a week. It's only Monday, what a week. Hello, Chris. Oh God, I need your guys' help. Bit quiet, really. Really? The microphone's quiet, is it? Are you sure? Because I've just turned it all the way up. Very nice video, thank you. Which one did you watch? Stardust, welcome. Tracy, welcome. Jed, welcome. Gleamguard. I need your guys' help in identifying a patio because what I'd like to do is be able to provide this customer with a sealer for her patio. But if I don't know what the stone is, it's no good, is it? Put you on silent. Listen to the last week's and it's brilliant. Oh, the podcast, the health and safety with Mike. I thought that was a good one, to be honest. I am sick. I've just started sneezing. I had my dinner. Might have been because I ate too much. I absolutely walloped some lasagna down and then started sneezing. I think it's had an adverse reaction to my body. Oh no, we've got the Expo coming up as well. I'm going to be sneezing on people at the Expo. Damn it. Evening, friendly neighbourhood, welcome. Keystone, welcome. Lindsay, Tracy. Loving this show each week. I want to thanks. Oh, your message went away. Stay away. I know. That's gonna be rubbish actually if I can't cuddle and kiss everyone at the Expo. That's really disappointing. Enjoy watching your video with the Nexus joint in sand. Didn't know that was available. Oh, nice. Yeah, the hard set in sand. Oh no. Yeah, for those who don't know what he's talking about, that video did well actually. It did quite well. I put in some hard setting joint in sand the other day, some pro joint poly sweep. That's done about 500,000 on Facebook. Look at that. 488k.
So usually when you're resanding block paving like this or installing a driveway with block paving on it, you'd use just a normal kiln dried sand, which will occasionally wash out and it's going to do nothing to slow the weeds down at all. But today we're using something a little bit more special. It's a hard setting jointing sand. It's called Nexus Pro Joint Poly Sweep. You can get it in a couple of different colours, which is nice if you've got grey block paving as well. So it's a slightly cheaper option than sealing, and like sealing, it won't stop the weeds forever, but because it sets hard between the joints, it will certainly slow them down. It's super fine, so it goes into the joints really nicely. So we're not trying to get the sand flush to the top of the joint, we just want to fill it up to the bottom of the bevel. That's about perfect there. I'm just going to give it a tickle with the leaf blower.
Just a little tickle.
And we're ready to get it wet, I think.
Cheeky. Oh, I had so many comments about this. So many comments about me sandblasting the customer's car. I mean, I get it, but it was a dry day. And the car was dry. I did actually go over it with a hose pipe at the end as well because I was like, if there was anything on it, there isn't now. So many comments from people saying you've like ruined the customer's car. I don't think I did. I even texted the customer and said I've had loads of comments. Please check your car when you get home, and if there is any sort of damage, I'll be happy to pay to have it like machine polished or whatever, washed or machine polished. There won't be because I washed everything off. It's fine, but give it a little soaky
over
soak.
the whole thing with the sprayer. Started with the fine mist and then gradually put more and more water on the surface. Did about 3 passes. That is looking good. Happy
Look at
with
that. Lovely job. Lovely.
Yeah, really pleased with that one. Thanks for watching. So usually when you're...
Don't mind me, you just caught me watching my own videos. Oh,
So
thank you
good.
so much. Look at that for service. I've got a coffee. I've got a homemade cookie. Mini egg one. There's a little mini egg right on top. It looks like a little pustule. Looks like you could squeeze that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm surprised you haven't tried. It actually does, doesn't it? Is that me holy?
Yeah. You got loads. Can I have one of those for tomorrow morning?
No.
Please.
You've had yours.
I have one box.
I'll see if they'll send me some more.
Can I just have one sachet for tomorrow morning?
You can have a iced tea.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that lasagna's done me in.
Why?
I think it's made me ill.
Oh, get out. Get a grip.
I'm going to be sneezing at the expo now.
Because of lasagna.
Yeah,
Okay.
your mum's fault. Homemade lasagna. I've just had a battered cream egg. What are you doing? A battered cream egg? That is gross. Get out. There's this fad about battering stuff, wasn't there? Like you could take a Mars bar to the fish and chip shop and they'd batter it for you. Do you remember that?
Yeah, no, I never had it done, but I know that was a thing. Goodbye.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
So much I didn't know. Sat here making a template for the risk assessment and printing cost sheets. Oh, nice. Well done, Chris. Yeah, there's a lot to learn. There definitely is. Mike's the one to teach, I suppose, because he teaches on the Pure Seal courses as well. So he's got a lot of experience. He's a good guy. Good guy to be. My first live, Daniel. Welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Last week's session was a blinder with Mick. It was Mike, not Mick. He'll be at the cleaning expo probably as well. He was last year anyway. The expo's next to your house. Oh, okay. Nice, Chris. Why are you done pressure washing roofs? We did one last week or the week before, and I just thought like scraping is so much. It's crazy. When I did my first roof scrape, I was like, I'm never doing this again. But since we've been climbing on the roofs and doing them by hand in the dry, getting really good results. When I then come to like pressure washing a roof again, I'm like, I hate the tower setup. I hate the fact that I have to go hire a tower, load it up into my van, and it takes all the room in my van because it's absolutely huge, and then get to the job, set the tower up, break it all down again, move it round to the front, set it back up again. All the cleanup that goes along with it, all the getting up and down the tower to get the biocide, like everything about it just is not fun. And so I just don't think I want to take on any more. I mean, I will, I will, but I just don't really want to. Like, which one did we do? So this one was a big roof as well. I don't know if I took oh, here we go. So we did this big roof, and just scraped it all by hand. And this was a massive roof, to be fair, and the three of us got it done in a morning. I don't know if you can see. You're not going to be able to see the size of the roof, really. It goes like all the way to the left, and there's obviously front and back, and then there's a big lower roof on the front as well. But we pressure washed this one, and to be honest, from start to finish it was a nightmare. My hose burst on this one, and thank you to Good to Vacuum Systems, because they've just sent out a free replacement. But the high pressure hose on my 35-foot power pole burst as soon as I pulled the trigger. It just popped right in the middle. Didn't even look like it had worn or anything. It just exploded. So they've sent a new one out. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be climbing on this one to scrape it. And if the customer wanted it pressure washed, like, that's, I don't know. Yeah, I might just get to the point where I say, well, I might just like pass it on to H2O or something, because we went to a big quote the other day. I went to a big quote to do this. It's literally a mansion to pressure wash their roof and pressure wash all the brickwork and stuff. And I was like, it's too big for me. I could spend a week here, and it's going to be difficult. And I've only got the one power pole, and I don't want to get involved, to be honest. So I just passed it on to H2O. Probably about, I'd say maybe 4 or 5 grand's worth of work, maybe, depending on how it's priced. They wanted all the perimeter walls doing. They wanted the wall on the actual building itself. They wanted the massive roof. It'd end up being the conservatory roof as well, because that'll get plastered. But like, don't get me wrong, pressure washing results are great. And actually, Rich just went to do a site visit for me today, just to put the lady's mind at ease. She said, like, I want it pressure washed, but I'd like you to come out and have a look at the condition of the roof first before, just so that you can just so that we can make an informed decision. And it looked fine, to be fair. It was like these rolled tiles, loads of moss on them. Well, there's more on the back, actually. Look at that. But it's just like, it's going to be hella mucky, because as soon as you get all that wet, it's just going to get plastered all over the floor. It's just going to be a nightmare. But yeah, I think I prefer getting on the roof, scraping it by hand, to be honest. It's just so much less hassle. Bee's knees welcome. It needs water to activate. What are you talking about, Chris? What's the coverage like on that stuff? What are we talking about? Rich, hello sausage, you're right, mate. What are we talking about coverage? What were we... I forgot what we were talking about. Maybe we'll get back to it. Evening all. Jake, is there a best time of day to post in the before and after pictures for engagement on socials? Been deep diving into your vids lately. Lots of great advice. Stokesy, thanks, mate. I always post mine around about 5 o'clock. As close to 5 o'clock as I can, because that's when everyone's getting off work, and some people are getting off work at, the moms are doing the school runs and stuff at like 3-4 o'clock. So I think 5 o'clock is like a really good time for engagement. And you can also look on if you've done previous posts, just go onto your Facebook and go onto your Instagram and just look at the analytics. If you do a little deep dive into your analytics, it'll tell you when your posts get the most traction and stuff. Insights. Followers, interactions, earnings, views, see all. So most people are following me and interacting and viewing from my reels. Audience. Locality, more active time. Okay, so it took me a while to get there, but you can get into the bit at the bottom. Look, more active time is okay. This one just says days, so Wednesday is the most active for me. But I know, like, definitely on TikTok and stuff. I'm sure I could probably find it on Facebook as well. But you can see, particularly YouTube as well. YouTube will do a little deep dive on it. You can see exactly when your audience is online, and it's good if you've already developed like a small audience, because you can really target them. Around about 5 PM for my before and afters. Deep fried Mars bar. How? I'll be recovered from falling from the roof soon. I'll try that surface cleaner from Equip to Clean. Dean. Hope you're feeling better, mate. Churchill Chippy do battered mince pies. Battered mince pies. That sounds. Oh, I had a different idea in my head then. Battered mince pie does actually sound good. What about a battered pucker pie? Have I just invented something? Because that sounds like it could be amazing. Chicken and mushroom pie, dipped in all the batter, deep fried. I know it's got like some sort of pastry on it anyway, but like that could be pretty good. Dean, welcome. Start up for under £400 with your Parker machine. I've done about 5 driveways and a patio so far. Good reviews has got me 5 more. There you go. There's a little success story from Stephen. That's good, isn't it? So you've basically taken the blueprint of what I did, and you've done it, mate. Well done. Starting a business of 400 quid, man, and just going. And what a perfect time of year to be getting the ball rolling. Love pressure washing roofs, double turbos all day long. Is that what you do, Steve? I was watching. If you guys haven't seen it yet, Squeaky D, our old mate Squeaky Clean Dave, has just posted quite a detailed video about the Marshall Air, and he's got some really good footage. He's put a lot of effort into this video. I can never smell squeaky. How crazy is that? Squeaky Clean Dave. Here he is, look. This Marshall Air roof cleaning made easy with Marshall Air. He literally just posted it. And he's got some absolutely cracking like drone shots, up close stuff. So if you're curious about the Marshall Air, I thoroughly recommend you watch this video because it's a great in-depth review. Oh, give me 2 seconds, guys. My little boy's calling me. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, thoroughly recommend you go and watch Squeaky Clean Dave's video. Every roof I've done, everyone that's come to me just wants them scraping. Oh, really? Yeah, it's nice when that happens. If you enjoy scraping, I suppose. Not everyone does. Steve Mill Keynes, thanks for your advice on starting up. No problem, mate. Double turbos. I wonder if double turbos feels more stable, and I'd be curious to know why Sid doesn't use double turbos, because I'm sure he has used double turbos in the past, and he's cleaned more roofs than probably 95% of people. So if he's not using them, I wonder why. How do you apply the biocide from on the roof though? Water-fed pole and backpack. I've got a 20 meter hose on my backpack, and so I generally just find myself a safe spot. You can do it from a ladder, but if there's like a flat spot on the roof somewhere, You can generally... Our local fish and chip shop does a battered Mars bar 3 for £6. It's so weird. Why are you being a baby about cleaning roofs? I'm not. It's just there's easier money to be made. Do you use a harness everyone up on the roof? It depends on which type of roof it is. Yes, on the 2 stories. Yes, on the steeper ones. But if it's just like a super shallow, like bungalow, for example, like a super shallow pitch bungalow, we generally don't. After I did my first block paving, priced it high. If I get it, I'm happy with the amount. What, you mean you don't like cleaning block paving, so you're pricing it high? I mean, block paving's a big part of the job, to be fair. Washi, I am preferring the scrapes, yeah, mate. You never heard of H2O? Sorry, me eating. I know a lot of people don't like seeing people eat on camera. I did a bit of a deep dive on H2O recently. 4 months ago.
Today we're at H2O headquarters to see what happens when you take a pressure washing business and scale it to turn over upwards of £500,000 per year.
There's Lee. So yeah, they're only down the road from me. And I've just decided recently that any of the big jobs that I know are going to stress me out and cause me anxiety and make me worry, I'm just going to pass to these guys because they're much more well equipped than I am to deal with the bigger jobs. Any graffiti removal, chewing gum stuff, like high street stuff that needs like stuff that's got difficult access, or something that would take me and Jakey a week could take them 2 days, for example. Like they've got a bigger team of people, and it just makes sense for me to just pass it to them instead. Like I said recently, like, I'm not competing with them, and I'd hope that they don't think they're competing with me. Like, I'm not trying to take over the world when it comes to doing these pressure washing jobs. I'm quite happy doing my little patios and driveways, my little repointing jobs and stuff. Like, to be honest with you, the big jobs just stress me out a little bit. I'll happily go and quote them and look around, and if it's always red flags when I go and look at the big jobs, to be honest. There's always something that I went and looked at a big roof scrape the other day. Just like so many things jumped out at me, like, this is going to cause me a headache, this is going to be an issue. And it's all well and good saying price high, but sometimes it's not about the money, it's about like the mental stress of it all as well. And when you've got big job after big job, like we've got some pretty big projects going on at the minute, and we like doing the videos, and we like doing the tarmac sealing and the you know, the impressive transformations and stuff. I'd rather have something smaller and interesting to film and post some cool before and after pictures on my Facebook. I'd rather have that than have loads of money in my bank and be stressed out of my mind doing all these massive jobs. Like, it just doesn't interest me, to be honest. It's all about the martial air. You reckon? Be cool to get hands on with it. Sorry, I'm going to apologise in advance because I'm super sniffly and snotty. I have a job I'm looking at now which has mortar on the drive. I saw your video about using hydrochloric acid. Any tips? Oh, you're talking about the sand. Why did you do this to me? I'm sorry. It depends on what surface it is. Generally, if it's block paving, you can get away with, yeah, hydrochloric acid. That'll dissolve. That'll you know, make the mortar fizz up and essentially turn it back into just sand. And we did a builder's clean. We did a builder's clean in Birmingham, and that was the driveway was just covered in cement stains. And it's surprising how you get most of it up with the turbo nozzle generally on block paving, and then the bits that are left over, just a pump sprayer, bit of hydrochloric acid, dilute it down, and let it fizz up. And then you have to clean it multiple times. It's a bit of a patience game, to be honest. Did you watch Speedy Clean Dave's video? Speedy Clean? Do you mean Squeaky? Yeah, we were just talking about that actually. Squeaky D. Luke, I can't give you Mimosia. I would if I could. I can ask them. I still haven't asked them, to be honest. I don't think they'd want me to just give it to you though. Question about the Mosia as well. Would you recommend getting one? And if you would, which one would you say is best value for the money based on price? Speaking of which, if anyone doesn't know, this is what they're talking about. I don't know why I've got it up here, to be honest. I just pulled it out of the van earlier. The Mosia 2. Oh, you got your little discount code in the corner, look. I wish I could... I wonder if I could... wonder if I can plug my phone in so that you can, like... so I can show you through the app on the screen. I bet there's a way of doing it, but that'd be a bit too faffy to set up now. But I use it almost every day for me quotes. If I'm being totally honest, you know how tight I am. I don't spend money on anything, and so I would probably quite happily done without. But for the professionalism and for the features you get with it and stuff, just the customer seeing. This isn't an advert, by the way. Like, you've got your discount code in the corner. That's sort of crack on. But when the customer sees you actually applying your pricing structure to the measurements that you've calculated, rather than just plucking a number out of thin air, like, it does make a huge difference, and it's very intuitive and it's very good. I would say for our industry, I don't think you'd necessarily need the Pro. There's a couple of extra features on it. It says it's more accurate. I didn't know the Pro had higher accuracy than the other one, actually. I think I need to look at that again. 99.7 versus 99.5. Okay. So the 2 Pro has got like additional features that we probably wouldn't use if you're just quoting pressure washing jobs. But if you want to look more professional and if you want to be more consistent with your quotes, I literally, with patios and driveways now, I just literally go around with my Mosia, and I can tell the customer the price there, and then I'll just literally open the calculator. Okay, it's 85 square meters times by 4 is 85 times 4, 340 quid for me to pressure wash and resand your driveway. Sort of take it or leave it, because there's no reason to negotiate, because I've got a pricing structure. That's just how much it costs. If it's a patio, it's going to be £3.50. So it's going to be £297.50. And like, it depends. If you, I wouldn't get it if you've not got work coming in. Like, if you've not got a bunch of people in your messages or in your emails asking for quotes, then it's a pointless bit of kit for you at the moment, isn't it? If you're getting to the point where you're like quoting a couple of jobs every day or two, then you might find that it starts to pay for itself. And it will give you a bit more confidence with your pricing as well, because you're not guessing. There's no element of it that means you have to guess anymore. What was the main for you upgrading the Parker brand machine when you started? Does the 15 litre per minute allow you to get the job done quicker? Yeah, absolutely. So your flow rate will very much determine how quickly you can get a job done. There is a cap, there is like a limit. It's what's that? It's not an exponential curve. What's the opposite? It's a, someone will know what I'm talking about. So you get to a point maybe like 21 litres per minute versus 25. You're probably not going to see much difference it's going to take for you to like clean a block paved drive, for example. It'll be roughly the same because it's the same process. What's that curve called? That's going to annoy me now. It's like the opposite of an exponential curve. But yeah, going from like an 11 litre per minute machine to a 15 is going to be an insane jump. Or going from 11 to 21, for example. But the main reason I switched was because my pump started leaking oil, so I was sort of forced to upgrade. I'd have probably stuck it out for another 6 months, knowing me, knowing how tight I am. I'm with you on that, Jake. I hate the big boy jobs. Always seem to lose money on them, no matter how high you go with the price. Yeah, I mean, it's not even necessarily losing money on them. It's just losing years off your life with the stress and the amount of effort you put into like all the health and safety and the paperwork and the setting the customer's expectations and like the cleanup, and there's always something that's going to cause you grief on the bigger jobs. It's either going to be low water pressure or bad drainage or like terrible black spots or poor access. Like there's always going to be something, and it's not fun having to deal with those issues on a small job, let alone on a bigger scale. You know what I mean? I've been using the Parker for 18 months. I'm curious about upgrading. 18 months you've got out of that little Parker machine. That's very impressive. I feel like we're all colleagues in this, not competitors. I have a few small people to start from my TikTok videos. Oh, that's awesome, Chris. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly the sort of attitude that I'm trying to breed with my little community. It's not my community, but it's the people around me. It's about helping each other, and like I passed over a lead today for someone in Essex, and everyone else to be like, oh, you need to be charging like £50 per lead or like £25 per lead or whatever. I'm like, it's more effort for me to try and charge for that lead than to just, there you go, mate. Hopefully you get some work out of it. You know what I mean? It's just, I can't do anything with it because it's in Essex, like it's too far. So you might as well, you know what I mean? It's a weird thing where everyone feels like they're in competition with each other. And I understand to an extent where you've got like 5 blokes in the same area trying to do the same job. It is going to be quite competition-y. But when there's so much work around, when there's so much money being spent, like, everyone can be busy, you know what I mean? That there's going to be customers that are going to be approaching me. For example, me and H2O, we both live in a similar area, but the customers that are contacting me from here, there and everywhere would have never considered contacting H2O because they'd have seen my content on like Instagram or YouTube or whatever, so they've specifically contacted me. So I'm not stealing work from them, and there's bigger contracts and like commercial stuff that they're seeing that have never approached me. So it's like we've got different client bases, and there's a weird like famine mentality where it's like the pie is big enough for us all to have a slice, I think. And Bee's Knees stole a job off me the other day. I'm joking. I quoted for like a graffiti removal job that I didn't even want. Like my mate asked me to quote it, and I was like, yeah, right. And I saw on Bee's Knees Facebook page the other day that he'd been and done it, and they hadn't even got back to me. I was like, all right. But I'm glad because I didn't want the job anyway, and it's cool that I was like, oh, I quoted that one. And it looks like he's done a good job on it. So it's like, fair play. Other people would have looked at that and been like, I need to destroy his business because he's stealing work from me. And I just don't understand it. When I say lose money, I mean I can make a lot more from doing small driveways and patios. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's block paving. Hydrochloric acid is 36%. You'll probably want to dilute that quite a bit because that sounds quite strong. My success rate on winning jobs is high. However, I've noticed this year it's gone a little bit weird. Block paved driveway including sand, 350 quid. She told me she had a price for 160. I mean, that's, yeah, you're always going to get that though. It's at that point where you can just sort of fall back onto your portfolio and just say, look, I get the result every time. You can see from the pictures that I post and stuff. Just make sure you check their review. I always say to people who've said they've had a cheaper quote, I'll say, that's great, I'm glad you found a cheaper quote. Just make sure you check their reviews and their before and after pictures. And if they look good, then great, go with them because I can't compete with that price. But if they haven't got any reviews, or if they've only got a few and they haven't got any decent pictures, you might want to ask yourself why. Why am I out of breath? Is your conversion rate much higher with Moja? I would honestly say, no word of a lie, I reckon about 100% of times that I've quoted with Moja, I've won the jobs. If I've gone round, a lot of jobs that I'm quoting remotely and stuff, this is no lie, I promise you. I'm not just saying this because they sponsor the channel. All of the jobs, I can't think of one job that I've been to that I've gone round with the Moja in front of the customer and then sent a price afterwards when I got home, because that's the way I normally do it. I'll sometimes send them a screenshot of the measurements so they can see. I don't think there's one job that haven't gone ahead. I don't even do discounts. Like sometimes when it comes out at like like £405 or whatever, I'll always drop it down to like £395 just to keep it under that £400 threshold, just in case they've had other quotes or that number looks a bit scarier. But I've not even been doing that recently. I've just been sending the price as it comes out, and I don't think I've lost one, honestly. Good evening, Liam. You right? Liam's got no van way. Liam, what are you going to do with the Expo if you've got no van, mate? What have you missed, Darren? Not a lot, mate. Oh, Darren should be around. Speaking of Darren, I actually forgot that he was joining us tonight until, well, I spoke to him before the stream. Darren, if you're around, mate, just let me know. I think he said he was going to be back around about 8. I started 3 years ago with electronic. Bell curve. Is that what it's called? The bell curve, where it sort of plateaus. Has anyone ever used Bark? No, I've not heard great things about Bark. Craig's changed since he's gone Green Army. He's gone all bougie. He has, to be fair. He thinks he's the dog's bollocks now, doesn't he? Since he's got his new machine. Wait for this flipping Moja discount. Oh, this one. X8 smelts. Oh, sorry, Darren. I only just realised. Sorry, mate. Where are you? Should we have a pre-Expo rundown? How do I call him? How do I even call him? I don't know where you are, Darren. Hey. Hello, matey peeps.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Do I need to adjust some settings? Do I need to pull my microphone over and look all trendy?
You sound absolutely lovely.
I am eating my tea, so you'll have to.
You told me you were ready.
I am, but two things at once.
Hang on. How do I get
Two
you?
things at once.
How do I get you smaller, Darren? You're too big for me.
So that's what she said.
How have you been?
Manic, mate. Manic. I've had a day from hell. My phone lines decided this morning at 9 o'clock that they were going to do some kind of update within themselves, so they'd all stop working, including the internet, and everything we've got is digital.
Can you? Oh, I don't suppose you can hotspot on a phone line, can you?
Not easy with the VoIP phones.
No.
It's coming to everybody. Now they're phasing out analog.
Yeah, because of the switch over, the big old switch over.
No, I've got my daughter going, what do you want, Mal?
Me. I just want the bond with me.
There isn't much left. Look, here you go. Take some.
Hi, Belle.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good, thank you.
You stuck it off.
Yeah. Oh,
And would you make me like a chocolate before we go upstairs?
I'm going to eat down here.
Was she just dangling from a fork? What was that?
Well, because I'm on Fat Club now, I can't have a full portion of anything. But because the other child's had to go to hospital tonight, me and I got in when work late, we're just having a sneaky chippy tea, so I've just had a mixed meat, which she just come in and had half of it, which is what the deal was.
It looked like a big load of spaghetti she had dangling off a fork walking around the house.
Donna meat.
Oh, fair enough.
I've saved something for you and the followers.
You've saved something for us.
Something new. I've just turned it on the website about 5 minutes ago. Brand new. You get to release it.
Is it a Smelty exclusive?
Smelty exclusive.
What is it?
A pole valve.
A pole?
I've even put it on the website in advance with pictures, so you can see it and share it. And
Oh, you got the
all the
Expo
other-
thing on there as well.
there is a bit of Expo thing going on, yeah.
A pole valve? Oh, that's... Wait, hang on. What's this for? The pole valve.
Scroll down a little bit. It tells you.
So this is for a high pressure, like a roof cleaning pole?
Roof cleaning pole. Concept idea is it fastens onto your scaff. So you put your high pressure hose onto the back of it.
Oh,
Yes, so scroll down a little bit. Game changer. Hashtag.
no, you can't say that.
I just did.
What a great idea.
I know.
I know. Because, right, for anyone that hasn't cleaned, like pressure washed a roof before, I reckon one of my... How would you do that? I reckon one of my biggest issues is, firstly, the weight of the hose. Like if you imagine you're...
Dragging backwards.
What are you, like 15 foot up in the air, and you've got that 15 feet of high pressure hose pulling you back, and you've got the weight of all that hose. So what I tend to do is try and like really weirdly like wrap it around the tower like 2 or 3 times to try and hold the weight, and then you're fighting with the back of the hose, and so it's really awkward. But also the valve. What's the benefit of the valve? Hang on, let me try and figure this out.
So what you can do is you can turn it off in the off position, put it onto your tower, start your machine up, so it preps the line. Build, then climb up your tower because you pushed it all the way up. Get to the top of tower, and either the idea is you clip your foot pedal into it. But I know people that will use this without clipping their foot pedal in at all, and will literally just turn it on, do the clean, and turn it off, so they don't have to knock tennis balls in triggers and stuff like that. That's why there's a valve and not a hook. And then say you want to put a lance on, while you're up there, you can turn the valve off, disconnect yourself, connect a different attachment, and away you go.
So that outlet on there can...
You can have any outlet you want. They're just 238s.
But what you could do with that is lose the trigger, so you don't need the trigger on the high pressure pole anymore. You can just put that thin hose that goes into the trigger normally into that.
For safety reasons, I can't sell it you for that purpose, but
yeah. Yeah, because you ideally you want 2 hands on the pole, so when you go to adjust and mess with that bit and turn that on and off, you can have 1 hand on the pole.
It's not for that. It's for emergencies, for turning it off.
Yeah.
Same reason it's not very good wedging tennis balls in foot pedals and triggers, but I know people that will use it in exactly the way you've just described it. And some of them might even attach that to their pole instead of the scaffolding.
So instead of a trigger, instead of holding a trigger, you've just got an on-off valve. Why hasn't this been done sooner? I mean, probably safety. Probably safety. But that's genius. And that looks like it's been very well executed as well. That looks like a great product.
It's super strong.
I love this new 3D printing malarkey where you can do 2 colours. That's very cool. And it's quick release as well. How do you get that on the tower? Have you got to slide that down onto onto the top of the pole?
You get the uprights at the top of the tower, don't you? So you just slide it onto it.
Yeah.
Big hose pointing down, little hose off the top.
That's cool. That is very cool. And that eliminates all the weight of the high pressure hose, because that's one of the main causes of fatigue, I reckon, on roof cleaning. If you don't have a foot pedal, I reckon one of the main.
You backwards.
You are.
You try and put your lance down or and it just wants to pull you backwards off the tower.
Yeah. So one of the main causes of fatigue is not only the grip, having to hold that thing, which is why most people go to a foot pedal, but also just it pulling you back and dragging you back and fighting with it. That's brilliant. And that seems quite reasonably priced as well, I'd say. Is that on a discount?
I'll do a special smarty code for you.
A special smarty code?
Because you had the pre-release. We'll put it in the Discord.
Oh, that's very cool. See, I've just started the stream.
Matt's just asked the question, saying, "What happens if it's out of control?" Well, I'm selling it and telling you should really use this with a foot pedal or a trigger. If you choose to use it differently, then that's up to you.
And if it does go out of control, you just turn it off.
I understand it. By the way, as somebody who's big on safety, I've had a bit of a conflict in doing this because I think that the pros outweigh the cons. I think the safety aspect of having that hose attached to your tower and making it safer, I think, is it far outweighs the people that might use it in the way that we've just described.
Well, the other thing is, on a pressure washing job the other day, I used a pole from H2O Restorations, and they have it set up so that I hold the pole, only the pole, and I'm pressure washing. Meanwhile, Jakey is down the bottom of the tower holding the trigger. It means you lose a man because he's sat there, for half a day watching you, holding the trigger down, and then you sort of turn around and give him the nod and he lets go. And then you turn around and give him another nod and he pulls the trigger again and just holds it. And it's very boring. But it does, again, limit that fatigue. But you could do the same with that thing. You could have that halfway down the tower and Jakey could just turn it on and step back and supervise. And then he could just come back and turn it back off again. There's different ways of doing it. That will open up a lot of new ways of cleaning a roof, I reckon.
Yeah, and watching, we will do one small enough to fit the diameter, so you could put it onto a flat surface cleaner.
What would be the benefit of that over just the Q? What do you mean? What do you mean?
The benefit is you don't get hand fatigue. You could just turn your surface cleaner on and literally just push it around.
Oh,
again,
yeah. So instead of having a trigger on your surface cleaner, just having a ball, like a valve. Is it a ball valve? Right. Here's a question for you. That if you were to just turn that on a quarter of the way or halfway, and you'd obviously get less flow, would that do any damage to your machine? So say if I've got too much pressure coming through the turbo and I'm cleaning a roof,
it'll run your machine at its bypass point.
So will it cause damage?
It won't cause damage, but it's not hard. Basically, you're running your machine at max load for having half as much out.
Right. So the better way of doing it is just to turn your needle valve down. Right. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I was just about to say, off the back of neat ideas, I thought me and Danielson have had a chat of ProGrip fame, and we would like to invite you onto a live feed that we might do in a week or two. Date to be seen. In that time, you need to come up with a funky idea, and Danielson's going to draw it live while we gas bag and realise your idea.
I get to design something.
He'll design it. You tell him what you want.
Anything. Within the
Everything.
constraints of a 3D printer.
Yeah. And he'll share the screen and everything.
That's a great idea. I'm down for that. I'm definitely down for that. Is he good at 3D modelling and stuff? Is he good at all the CAD? Darren says you could also use it as a needle valve so that you don't need to climb down the tower to adjust the pressure. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But
you could, I suppose you could put a needle valve in line, but you'd only be running the machine at maximum pressure. Yes, you could make it. You could make it sit. You could put a needle valve in there instead of a ball valve.
And you'd need an extra return to tank line.
No, you'd restrict it back up to the unloader valve. It'd be like putting a smaller one.
Would you need an extra line going up there or not? So how's that different to just closing a ball valve?
More finite adjustment.
Oh.
I'll get my words out. It isn't what I'd want to do. Well, there we go.
So putting this on a tower, is that going to be in the instructions as you are putting weight on the standard that isn't designed from a tower point of view? That's a good point. Yeah, I suppose. Like you're adding something to a tower. I didn't even know that was a concern.
The way I envisaged it is the pipe would be just coming straight down like on a tower leg.
Yeah.
And we're going to use the very, very top post.
Yeah.
Where you can slide stuff in. or adjust it, and it would just come down in a straight line. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the load is either on you, who is on the tower, or it's safely secured to the tower, isn't it? So I don't see the difference personally, unless
I'm not sure.
unless
I'm
that
not overly concerned.
unless that hose is under some sort of tension, which it shouldn't be. It's vertical tension, if anything, because it's just the weight of the vertical hose. But
If we were doing it horizontal, if it was attaching it to a horizontal leg, and it was twisting it with the weight of the hose, I'd be concerned. But vertically, we've run it, we've tested it. The towers are fine.
and it's not moving. That high pressure hose, the weight of that isn't moving around and swinging around like it normally would be. It's stationary in one position.
Yeah, exactly.
That could be argued as being safer potentially. Definitely food for thought, though. That's Darren. That could potentially qualify as a game changer.
It is.
Well,
it is.
Well, let's not
But I've gone reckless.
let's not jump
I've gone
to
reckless. I've already been called out for being reckless.
let's not jump
I've
to
gone round.
conclusions.
I'm off the rails. I've been called out. I've been called out by another supplier for being reckless. I'm off the rails now. I've even ordered some X-Jets from Alibaba. I am off the rails.
Why have you been called reckless?
So,
Is this drama? Drama follows you everywhere.
it doesn't follow me.
It does.
It doesn't follow me. I got sent another supplier in one of the Facebook groups. Basically, called me reckless and
Sorry.
dangerous.
Luke just said Darren Newton unleashed.
And it was because he'd seen one of my YouTube videos, and I'd behaved recklessly in one of my YouTube videos, and I'm now endangering people.
How have you done that then?
It's one of the shorts. So I was asked. So let's rewind. Yeah, I've got one of them as well. Let's rewind. So Jakey said, when you have something where you get asked about it a lot, pick your camera up, shoot it, put it on YouTube. So I did. And we've been having VRT3s with, I'm going to say, average spring quality. And what I mean by that is not all of them are the same tension. Is tension the right word for a spring?
What's a VRT3? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Tunnel loader valve.
Okay.
So, and basically the load rating of the spring means that it can push the gubbins down the side. Yes, you could see the short. This wasn't, by the way, it's already got enough views on the tube. Roll VT, Jake. Roll VT, and then I'll explain. Jake's like, bumholes, come on my channel. Bloody
Bumhole.
Right.
Unload a top tip. Okay. Hang on.
Yeah, the unloader top tip. So on TikTok, by the way, this has got like 20 or 30,000 views. Machine bypassing, even though your unloader is screwed all the way down tight. What you do is you take this 13mm off out the top here, unscrew the black knob.
The black knob in writing.
Take the spring off, and what this will reveal is these two lock nuts here. We're going to take these two lock nuts off. So these may well have travelled up the post, so that you might find that a lock nut's up there, and that will be the obvious reason. But if your machine's a 200 plus bar machine, sometimes these unloader valves struggle to, even though they're rated at 280 bar, they do struggle to maintain higher pressure on occasion. And I think that's just inconsistency with the spring quality. So we take these off completely. We pop the spring back on. We pop that washer back on, and what I like to do for good measure is I like to stick an extra washer on for good measure. I'm going to screw this back down. What this will do now is this will give you that extra bit of downstop. Is downstop the right word? Downward extra pressure, maximum pressure, that's the word I'm looking for. This will give you the ability to get maximum pressure out of this unloader valve, and it could be because the spring's tired or inconsistent. As you'll see now, that'll screw all the way down. Don't forget to put your cap back in when you're finished.
So the only way that you'd know that you're not achieving 200 bar is if you have a pressure gauge on your machine.
So let's rewind. Those two stops are there as a maximum pressure adjustment, like a stopper.
Yeah.
Right. So say for example you've got an electric machine that's 100 bar, and you fit that unloader valve to it. You don't want the customer winding it all the way down and overloading the motor.
Yep.
So what you do is you wind them up and factory set them higher up. We was running so this was for some of the core machines that were needing that unloader valve's rated at 280 bars. That unloader is, and the machine runs at 275. And we were struggling to get 275 bar, the customer was. So they rung us up and said, it's just not quite there. So I said, what you need to do is remove those two. It gives you that little bit more adjustment, a bit more load on the spring, and you'll reach the pressure that you're meant to be running at.
Wouldn't the first option be to make sure you've got the correct nozzles?
Brand new. But we're talking second or third use. Brand new.
Same. So do the nozzles come from factory as well?
Yeah. So not everything was right. So let's just assume that everything's okay.
Okay.
So we've done all the checks, and we're just running a little bit down. And sometimes, so you might have a one of those unloader valves fitted to your machine, and those stops work the way up, especially if you adjust them a lot. So sometimes you can't actually wind them down enough because they lock.
Yeah.
So you have to take that knob off and then turn them back down to the bottom. Or in some cases, if you want maximum pressure from them, and I mean close to the spring rating, 280 bar, you have to take them off. You put an extra washer on the top that gives it another mil of travel. Wind it down so you can preload the spring enough. It's not bad advice. It's not dangerous advice. This is the maximum stop for the machine. Make sure you set and run your machine correctly.
I think the word dangerous is sometimes overused. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? It's going to add a bit more load onto your machine, and if someone gets it wrong and they do it wrong, it's going to reduce the lifespan of the machine. Is that dangerous?
If it was an electric machine, they would blow a fuse. If it's a petrol machine, you're not going to blow the pump up. What you're actually going to do is stop the engine dead, because most pumps are more powerful than the engine.
Mm.
So you'll know this from your V-twin. When you start winding your K1 down to get towards maximum, the revs start to come down on the V-twin, you superload it and it'll stop. So to be honest, I don't consider it to be bad advice. I don't consider it to be dangerous. It's one of those things where it's an area that does play up. I do understand it. I do understand that if your machine's working right and it's set by factory, you shouldn't be removing them to try and gain more than what your machine's meant to do. So in that regard, I understand why that could be a bad advice, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we were struggling to achieve 280 bar out of the machine. Everything else was fine. We did this adjustment. It would do 280 bar.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is to consider their water supply and whether they've got shit in the filter. And I suppose then, if all other options fail, I reckon my first port of call would probably just be like reduce the nozzle size. Personally, I think, because I mean the difference between 250 to 270 bar, it's not hugely significant, is it?
You wouldn't believe it. When people have got pressure gauges on their machines, all they want to do is see it achieve those pressures.
I would love to see more machines come standard with pressure gauges. Because I think it's such a valuable piece of kit to know what pressure you're running at and to be more consistent.
Yeah. So yeah, you know, it was one of those things. I got sent it. I take comments like that as a pinch of salt. I wasn't really bothered, but more than one person sent it me. Oh, look at such and such slagging you off. You know, like they're going to try to create some big kind of drama about it.
We should call this. We should call this segment something about defense. Something defense. I swear, you come on here to like defend your position quite often. It's like about your bad review, about your comment.
Oh, yeah, the bad review.
Yeah.
That got fixed. You know, he took that off. Although I've just been reading the comments. Somebody thinks that I've deliberately missed calling them back. I haven't deliberately missed calling anybody. I've been so busy. I've not been anywhere near the phone. But I don't purposely avoid phone calls.
But I think that is the way to go when you get like a question or something, especially in the Discord, or if you get like a message on Facebook or something. Just taking that 5 minutes to just record the video, because if one person's asking, chances are there's a couple of people that are interested.
Your friendly neighbourhood exterior clear. I put an order in. I forgot to put pressure gauge on it. Yeah, just call the office. Ron will be in from about 8 o'clock. I won't be phone side at all with the show on. Anyway, in other news, Jake, I took your advice. Let's talk videos. Let's talk content. We'll talk about my experience of content, not necessarily my channel, because I don't want to come on here and plug it. But if you already have,
it's too late.
If you do subscribe to it, I am giving away a jet wash to one of the first 1,000 people on the page. But anyway, that's by the by. I'd like to share something with you that I took the other day. So on the 14th of March, I took this 10 days ago. After doing videos on my FaceTube, I can't tell if it's... Can you read it? Can you see it?
Yeah.
That's what it did to my feeds.
That's bloody brilliant. 60,000 views.
That was just my overall Facebook. That was my upshot of it, of just doing FaceTube. I thought that was amazing.
Live streaming?
No, just those little videos, the shorts, how I did a jet wash, that type of stuff was mega. And then I took your advice in the group and I labelled my video exactly the same as what you'd called it. I forget how I put that in. And that, to date, has been, on TikTok, my best ranking video at 44,000 views in a couple of days.
There you go. I'll put it up on I'll put it up on here.
Yeah. What's
the name on TikTok?
It's at Precious Washers. Everything is at Precious Washers. And I'm loving all the support that I've been getting as well on the videos. Although I did really crack myself. Do you ever film something, right? You film yourself all day, and then when you get to editing, you're like, oh, that's a bit rubbish, that's a bit rubbish, that's a bit rubbish. And then you find yourself saying something so sort of, I want to say not corny, but funny. You actually laugh out loud when you do an edit it yourself.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I had one of those editors at one of those moments at the end of that Allen key tip's a good tip. Get you out the doo-doo. Yeah. If you haven't got a big 14mm Allen key, use 2 Allen keys. That's a good tip.
Can I give you another little smelty nugget? I bet this one will bang as well if you put this on TikTok. If you can do a well explained video of how you do the PTFE tape, that will explode on TikTok. And I'll name it for you again.
You could clip that up.
I don't think I shot it very well because I still don't understand how you did it. I think you need to. Yeah. But if you record that video, and I'll set the title and the hashtags for you, and I bet it will go crazy.
Yes, so that was I get to the end of my McLaren video, and I've had good feedback from it. The first one that I did, where I put the water. So one of the most asked things in the group: how do I fit a water filter on my JCB or Hyundai? Because they've been a popular machine. So I go through it on the video, and I thought it was really, really, really boring video, but I really enjoyed the bit at the end where I clean the car. So if we'd like to talk about equipment for a second, dead relative, I use the Sony
A7.
ZV. No, it's not the A7. It's the ZV1 is the one that I used. I'm looking around me because I've got one at home somewhere.
By the way, what I will say, Darren loves his tech. He's a bit of a tech fanatic. If anyone for anyone else that's watching, don't allow the tech to become a barrier to prevent you from doing videos. Like, I need to get this bit of equipment before I can start filming stuff.
No, definitely not. The only thing you actually need, if you're going to be filming outside, is a good set of mics. Your phone and a good set of mics will do it for you.
Do you know what I just ordered? I think you might have the same one. It's either you or the Uncleanables podcast. The DJI mini mics.
So I've not got the DJI. I've got the other one.
Oh.
So what's it called now? Oh, bear with me. 1 second.
Yeah, I've just ordered these little DJI mics for the Expo. Because I think me and Darren are going to be doing like a little live podcast at the Expo, maybe. Darren, the hose tail on my low pressure hose reel is leaking. I have redone it 3 times with loads of PTFE. What do you recommend? Am I doing it too tight? Do you use a different sealer? Hose tail on my low pressure hose. I've had endless issues with low pressure fittings, especially like when you've got like a stainless fitting with the low pressure hose that goes over the top, and then
I'm back.
And then you clamp it with one of those. Darren, what are those grips that you screw down and it gets smaller?
Jubilee clip.
Jubilee, yeah.
Jubilee.
Hose fittings that have Jubilee clips on, for me, they just leak constantly. They're very annoying.
Right, so I would recommend the mics that I brought. So tech. So the mics that I brought. Very quickly, by the way, I accidentally just typed Smout into Google when I was looking for something else to find the live feed. And did you realise that a smout is a young salmon or trout, or a small child, or insignificant person, or seriously? Did you know that?
In what language?
First, I typed up the Scots. Smout in the Scottish language can refer to a young salmon or trout, a small child, or insignificant person.
I mean, I'm happy with the insignificant person. I like that one.
In the Collins Dictionary, a child or undersized person is a smout.
Undersized person.
Which I thought was quite funny, given you're about 7 foot tall. I thought that was quite impressive. Right, so I got mine from Amazoni, and the ones that I brought are, and I'll tell you the name of them.
Darren, I'm looking for a pressure washer, but I've limited width to fit it into my van. I can't seem to find the dimensions on your website. Have I missed them?
Call the office. Do you know what? Right, we went through a phase of the ones I've ordered are the Rode wireless ME dual setup.
Mm-hmm.
I'll send you the link in. And where I thought these were particularly awesome, I've sent it in the chat. Where I thought these were particularly awesome was when I was doing the Hyundai, the JCB video. You could hear me talking over the top of the machine.
Yeah, I was very impressed.
And when I was actually cleaning the car, that wasn't voiceover. I was talking whilst cleaning the car.
Yeah.
which was pretty mega.
I should have probably actually asked you before which ones you got, because I was very impressed with that video. I just want something that I can walk around the expo, and yeah, the audio was a bit trash last time.
I think the uncleanables have got the same as what I've got.
I'm sure they had the DJI ones, but either way.
But I brought the double one so that I could have several of them. And what I really liked about them is the receiver one also acts as a microphone, so you get a dual hit on the microphone.
Oh, right.
So you get ambient noise from the camera, as well as ambient noise. Let's have a look. Pressure washer limited for width. How wide, Ched? How wide? Go back to that question. How limited?
I'm about to buy roof cleaning attachments. Do you want to sell yours? Nah, I'm going to, my roof cleaning stuff also works on things like gutters, fascias and soffits and all that sort of stuff. So I definitely want to keep hold of it. Sorry, mate.
Right, let's go up the chat. Let's go up the chat, because I've just seen one about leaking low pressure tail. So what I'm learning about a lot of these hose reels is
cheap shit. If you get cheap shit ones, they are cheap and shit. If you get good
problem
ones,
is you need a tapered thread to go in, and most of the hose tails are not tapered. So we also struggle to seal them if we don't use a tapered thread, and sometimes we don't, so we really struggle.
Oh, right. See, this is my concern with having a mounted low pressure hose reel in the van, is that it's just going to leak everywhere. Do you have any issues with, your van mount machines? Do you have any issues with them leaking?
Only the ones where we struggle to actually get them to leak to start off with. Once they're sealed, of course, they're fine. I don't know. I just think, I understand why you'd want to put your big long hose on a reel.
Careful. Oh.
Right. I get that. Add the reel and hose reel off me. Right. So, in that case, then, I'm going to get some tapered threads in, and then I'll send it out to the people that need them, because they just won't seal without the tapered threads. It's a nightmare. So what I don't get with it, I understand why you'd want to have the 50-meter reel and have it sat there for those times that you need to draw 50 meters of big heavy hose out, right? But I should imagine that that's one job a week. Most of the time, you're just connecting 15 meters down a customer's drive, or the customer has got a hose already attached to their outside tap.
Yeah, I don't want to use a customer's hose, though.
But you know what I'm getting at, right? And
but what's the alternative?
Well, you could use a small, short one. Because once you're attached to the great big ones, it's like, I don't know. I don't do the cleaning. I can't really say.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Conrad, welcome. What's going on, mate? Yeah, what's the alternative? Because I understand what you're saying about a big, heavy 50-meter hose, but you don't want to be caught short and to have to stick an extension on it. You know what I mean?
God forbid, come up short and have to get an extension, Jake.
Because also, the 19mm 3/4 inch hose does add more potential flow, and so the customer ain't gonna have one of them. You're not listening to me, are you? You're just reading chat.
I'm reading. Sorry, was it obvious?
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's because I put the camera up there, and the chat now is all the way over there. So I have to maybe I should swap sides with you and put the chat. That's, you know what? Be less obvious. Wait there.
Don't worry about it.
I'm going to move you that way.
Don't worry.
And I'm going to move this way. So now, look, when I squint, I look like I'm squinting at you.
I've got something cool that I'm going to get my hands on one of those switch tips from Rutland Pumps from the Expo.
Stainless steel.
Proportion of things.
Proportion of things.
Yeah.
Haven't seen one in person yet. They look really well made.
No, they keep selling out, but I've not seen anyone do a video on them, so I'm hoping to be the first, unless I'm wrong. Maybe. If I want some Pro Grip stuff, are you going to have Pro Grip stuff at the Expo, or do I need to put an order in?
I assume you'd want some orange ones.
That would be
So
cool.
just come and tell us. Just come and tell us what you want, and I'll arrange it. We're going to be. We're going to phase out gradually Pro Grip user and concentrate on selling through distributors. The grips will always sell through the website, but you know the other specialist stuff we started making.
Yeah.
Phase it out, and that's we just haven't got the time between us to do the customer service for it. So we're just going to sell. We're just going to distribute the products.
Can I do a Smelty reveal? A Smelty exclusive. I've designed a T-shirt, and I think it's pretty good. And I'm hoping it'll be done by Friday, so I can wear it at the Expo.
Is this for you to wear at the expo?
Yeah.
Is it orange?
No, it's black.
Has it got orange writing on it?
Yeah.
So you're on brand.
Oh, damn it. My thing's just crashed. Everything might explode. Hang on. Oh, no, we're good. We're good. Ready? I'm going to have that on a T-shirt.
Oh, I can't see yet because I'm running behind you.
The forbidden word. It's going to be called the forbidden phrase T-shirt. So this
okay.
This is going to be the first bit of Smelty merch. So if anyone's interested in the forbidden phrase, then you don't get it. Do you?
You really need to make it say something rude. You need to make it read something rude, but when you fill the blanks in, it actually isn't.
How am I going to do that?
I don't know. Pick words that you can manipulate.
That didn't go down as well as I thought it was going to. Dusty, did you actually put that in the Discord?
I am really tired. You'll have to forgive me. Apologies, Jake. That was amazing. I loved it. Best T-shirt ever.
Gome
Is there
sugar.
anything else going on it, or is it just that?
Just that in the middle.
You know, like having hashtag smout or.
I thought about it. I thought about putting smout somewhere at the bottom, maybe, or on the chest, or on the. I don't know. But it's sort of like it's just like a little live stream. It's a private joke, isn't it? Put the Pornhub box around it.
That'd be much better.
Yeah.
We did one a while back where we took the fake taxi sign and changed it to fake alpha because people went through a period of painting their kit the same colour green as ours.
Yeah, I remember that. I've seen a bunch of green machine. Someone pulled up at your place with a bright green van the other day, didn't they?
Yeah. Oh, it's just mental at the moment, mate. It's just, I shouldn't really be here doing this. I've got so much to do.
Don't worry, we can do it another day.
I'm going to go to bed. I've got such a headache. I had so much to do today, and it got absolutely destroyed by the phone and internet problem this morning.
You seem to have suddenly switched. You've suddenly gone tired. You were fine like 10 minutes ago. Now you just go like.
It's because I've been concentrating on reading. Yeah, you see, look, love the pucks. So what I can tell you, Oshi, is one's going to be called a puck and one's going to be called a cube. And the one with your flat surface cleaner bits in is going to be a cube. Should be out just after the expo.
Can I show them?
Yeah, go for it.
I don't know where Craig put it. Craig, did you call it a puck?
The idea is that it might be just PUC. It might just be PUK. Game changer.
I think Craig put it in the Discord the other day, but I don't know where he put it. Probably in the equipment chat. Clean Link have got some new woven poles. Do. Craig, where did you put it? I'll send them in photos. Oh, there we go. Look at those. 3D printed nozzle set. I could do with some of these, to be honest. I like it. I like it a lot.
So the idea with that one is once you've changed your nozzles with it, if you use the little in the centre is going to have a socket, so that's going to be cube shaped, right? It's going to have a deep reach socket in the centre. Yeah.
What's a deep reach
and you see
socket?
the little nubbin. You see the little nubbin on the top.
Yeah.
On the lid.
Yeah.
The idea is once you've screwed your nozzles in with PTFE with that, you can use that to take them in and out again. It's an all-in-one, so you haven't got to faff around looking for toys.
What do you mean?
So you see that where your little mouse is now?
Yeah.
That's a 3/8 square drive. So that'll fit a socket, so you'll be able to undo your nozzles out of it. So there's going to be a 14mm socket in that empty gap between the two nozzles.
That's a great idea.
It won't work the first time because you'll have to break all of the glue and everything off. But as long as you use that to put them in, you'll be able to use that to get it back out again.
For your flat surface cleaner?
Yeah.
Is the puck going to be too big for you to actually get it onto the bar?
No, it all works.
Really?
And the idea is you can keep them in your pocket of your Patawa or throw them in the door pocket of your van so you don't lose them. That's the concept behind it. You can just throw them in and not lose them. And Daniel's all about making stuff for the sides of vans and having things very neatly organised because he's a very organised person. And I just think that this is the sort of thing that you just want to chuck in the door pocket of your van. It's a simple idea.
Yeah, like, did you think of that or did Daniel?
No, I asked him to make it.
Because that's a very specific product. It's very cool.
But Daniel has suggested with the one, because it looks like a hockey puck, the other one we should turn it into a square where the lid screws off and call it the cube. So the second one for your flat surface clean will be the cube.
Very cool. I like it. I like it a lot. Darren coming in hot. I love Luke. I absolutely love every comment Luke puts in. He makes me laugh so much. He DMs me on Instagram. He keeps asking me for a Moja, for a free Moja.
FSC, or are they rubbish? Okay. Let's just say it as it is with flat surface cleaners. I've sold expensive ones. I've sold cheap ones. I currently sell reasonably cheap ones. So ones that I would consider to be cheap but reasonably long lasting. If you buy a really expensive flat surface cleaner, you will spend as much annually maintaining it as buying another cheap flat surface cleaner. Because the bearing kits are hundreds of pounds, the bars, you bend a bar in a Mosmatic, 100, 120, 130 quid plus the VAT. You know what I mean? The bearing sets, couple of 300 quid. When you can buy flat surface cleaners from 100 quid for a Viva one or whatever they are, through to, let's say, 450 quid for still a relatively non-brand or even a BE one, I think that you need to decide the sort of person that you want to be. Am I going to maintain an expensive one, or am I going to buy a cheap one and then when it's knackered, buy another new cheap one again?
This is identical to the one that I bought from Equip to Clean for £400.
Yeah, that's a bargain.
This is £246.99.
The only thing I don't like about them is the 3-bar.
Yes.
The 3 bars underneath.
Yeah.
You'd want to swap the bar out for a 2-bar, so that might negate the price. Maybe if you brought the 18-inch instead of the 21, that might be 2-bar instead of 3.
Oh, I actually got the 18-inch. The 18-inch is 3-bar as well. Oh, that's even... Wait, is the 18-inch cheaper? Where's the 18? It's even... Oh, no. It's even cheaper. That's insane.
It is a slightly different design. But yeah. That's cheap. 164 quid. You know what? you could use that, and you could go 6 months with it, 12 months with it, and then just buy another one, throw it in the bin, and buy another one.
Mine's lasted.
Because
Mine's lasted about 3 years now. Mine has.
do you know what? Right, it depends on how you treat it. It's like I keep reading all this about, oh, don't use a TD 300 because the bearings in them. You know what? The only reason why the bearings break is because people slam them down on the roofs. They clip a tile with the bar, and the bar gets whacked. It's like you could come in and use the printer.
You're not on live stream.
I am on live stream. Everybody's here. Jake's here. If you need to do your homework on the printer.
Everyone's seeing me print my bloody English homework.
Yes, you are doing English homework. You'll have to introduce yourself on the stream. Are you working any days at the Expo this year? Can we Saturday?
I'm working the Saturday, yeah.
Yeah, Bal will be down on the Saturday.
I've lost my phone. Give me one minute.
So what was he saying? Flat surface cleaners.
Well, I had an email from Vivor the other day, Vevor, and they wanted me to do an honest review about this machine. And this would probably be a good rival for the little Parker machine that I normally talk about.
Can you honestly, now you know what you know, without being negative? Right, if you'd never had proper premium kit, you could run that and probably think it was ace.
Yeah, absolutely.
But knowing what you know now, you cannot in there, you cannot say anything positive about it.
Yes, I can.
Go for it.
276 quid.
That you've thrown away.
You haven't thrown it away. Someone else put in the chat earlier on. They bought the Parker brand one. They've done 5 jobs out of it, and they've got another 5 booked in, and that's already paid for the machine, and it's paid for your next upgrade as well. It's started your business for less than 300 quid. Insane.
Well, I've got 2 of those cheapos that I got given for part of my jet wash to McLaren series. So we'll run one, and I've got to fix one. That's going to be an adventure, isn't it?
I don't think you can argue with that. Come on, if you've got no money, or if you've got very limited funds, and you want to start a business tomorrow, that is the way to do it. The only thing I would say is they don't supply turbo nozzles on this website, so you can't get a turbo nozzle for it, so you're going to have to shop elsewhere. But I said, instead of sending me this one, send me the bigger one, because I could much more happily I could much more happily recommend a 15 litre per minute machine to my audience.
Yeah, let's have a look at the 15 litre machine.
And does anything jump out at you immediately?
Oh, I see why you like it. Let's see what pump's fitted to that.
It's orange, and it's a nice orange.
Let's see the pump.
That's an ugly orange.
Hey.
It's okay. What are you laughing at me for?
Ugly orange.
It is ugly orange.
That's my whole bloody branding, that is.
Maybe we should change it to pink.
Like this.
Yeah.
What pump is it? It's a very good question. It looks almost identical to the pump that I got with my Kiam.
So let's have a look at that engine. So zoom in on that exhaust for me, please.
Hang on. You're going too fast for me, Darren. There's no such thing as an ugly orange.
Okay, so that's very much like, that is essentially identical. I don't care what they say to the Kiam.
It looks identical to me as well.
Same Chinese pump, same everything. Just, is there a better picture of the unloader? Is it built in? Well, it looks like a bolt-on control set. So if it's bolt-on, then you can swap that out.
I can't tell. Hang on. Hold. Bear with. Relax. Everyone calm down. We are getting there. No, there is no better picture, unfortunately. They've only
Make
took
sure-
the photos from one angle. There might be some better photos on the other machines because there's a couple of other ones. Oh, hang on. What was that?
Pal, do you need some money to pay the man?
Do 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 do. Oh, that'll be the pump. Look. No,
Brought
that's
us
not.
off number, yeah.
I know. Shh.
Triplex
Please,
plunger.
take it. Hey.
They've pulled out the old triplex plunger. This one's more expensive, and I can't tell why.
Which one?
I think it's a slightly bigger engine, maybe 4 gallon per minute. So that's still 15 liters per minute, isn't it? On that one, as far as I can see. Do 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 do.
Oh, back to that. What was that? There. No, the other. I'm sorry. I'm behind you, Anna.
There.
Yeah, the other picture with the side of the engine. That one.
Yeah, it's a bolt.
Two-
I think you
bolt
can take
on.
that off. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, take that off. So yeah, that would go return to tank. Get rid of that stupid control set on the side. Do you know what? For the money, that'd be all right. I'd still, after all that, take a. I'd still take the Hyundai.
Because
For a little bit more.
because you sell the Hyundai. That's why you'd take the Hyundai.
Well, I think you should spend extra money and buy the core, to be perfectly honest. But if you, I think that and I would buy the Hyundai because the Hyundai's a branded pump. That is a Chinese.
The other thing is, if this goes wrong, what are the odds that you can actually get parts for this?
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? Whereas the Hyundai, the pump is a regular.
They sell a pump on the website. Are they? That one's out of stock. That one's out of stock. That one's out of stock. So that's the one that's fitted to the machine. Oh, it looks similar, but I don't think it is. I wonder if they actually do. Just out of interest.
56 quid. That's got to be bolted on top of one of those Parkers. Look.
Yeah, the little dinger. That one, the 45 quid one. That looks like the Parker one. Looks almost identical. That does. But one of the pumps is out of stock. That's the only one. Do you recognise that pump, Darren? It's a horizontal triplex plunger shaft.
No brand Chinese.
Yeah. Last one, order soon. And if that engine goes, I mean, I don't know. Interesting though, isn't it? To look at different things.
How do they price against the Kiams? Same, cheaper.
Say that again.
How do they price against the Kiams, the Kiams, whatever they're called?
Oh, much cheaper. I think.
Cheaper.
I think the equivalent. Cool. I can't even spell. I think the equivalent's about 900 quid. Oh, did that one have a... Where's the PR? Did that one have a gearbox, Darren?
Nope.
Didn't it?
Nope.
So this is the one I bought. Oh, it's gone up in price. This was like 980 quid when I bought it. But I suppose that was about 3 years ago, so inflation. That picture's very blurry. It does look different. That's a different pump. The engine looks different. The exhaust looks different. Yeah, they changed these, actually. They changed them. After I bought mine, they changed the exhaust. That one's got a gearbox on it as well, hasn't it?
That one hasn't got a gearbox.
Hasn't?
Nope.
Mine did. The PR. You sure?
The one you've just showed.
Gearbox driven brass pump.
That isn't gearbox driven. That picture's not gearbox driven. Unless you could show me, unless it's a weird looking gearbox.
Mine definitely had a gearbox because it had. I had to put the oil in it.
Is that a different machine from that angle?
Don't know. So does this one not have a gearbox either then?
Well, no.
I haven't got very good pictures of the other side. That's
They
annoying.
did on purpose.
Have you seen the Marshall Air roof cleaning? Yes. Yeah, Squeaky Clean Dave has just done a video on it. I think he's going to be at the Expo, isn't he, Marshall? Pete Marshall.
I think so, yeah. There's quite a few people. There's some your friends there from Worcester.
Oh, PWSAS.
And then you've got Brian Nixon. I think it's the first time I've seen him at the show.
Who's that?
Brian Nixon have made simple, massive chuff-off van mounts since the dawn of time.
Chuff off?
In gold. Yeah, massive. Huge.
Chuff off?
Yeah, chuff-off. Huge.
All right.
It's Midland slang.
I'm going to use that.
Yeah. And you've also got Savvy there.
And H2O Restorations are going to be selling their franchises.
What they selling franchise?
Yeah.
Oh,
They've been building a big setup. So that'll be interesting. Pete isn't actually at the show, but he's cleaning a roof on site. What?
Oh, I thought he got a stand.
What do you mean he's cleaning a roof on site?
In fact, you could probably go to the Cleaning Expo website and get the map, and we could do 5 minutes talking about what we think might be there. There is a floor plan, I believe. Floor plan.
Darren, are you staying on the Friday night?
I don't know. There's a good chance I'm staying on the Friday night. It depends if I have to head home for more stock.
Oh, okay.
So, if it's like it was last year, I'm expecting to sell everything by about 10 a.m. Friday morning and have nothing left on the trailer but beer.
Yeah. Are you going to have nozzles there? Like surface cleaner nozzles?
Taking the shop, Jake, like I normally do.
You are?
I'm taking the shop like I always do.
Okay.
That's what's in the trailer, the whole shop.
Right.
Everything. I'll release on the Discord an advanced price list of all the deals so everybody knows what they're hunting for. But I'll only have limited numbers. So I've got something like, I don't know if it's 30 or 40 TD300s. And when they've gone, they've gone. They'll be cheap. Cheap.
It's always curious to see Nord. I'm not sure why they do the carpet cleaning stuff at the. I know it's the cleaning expo, but I mean, from what I can see, the majority of the stuff is exterior cleaning, with then just like a few interior cleaning stands.
Yes, well, if we run it down, so we've got the seminar area. Mormon, I've got no idea who they are. Any ideas?
Nord?
No, Mormon at the top.
Oh, no.
Mia.
This is much more packed than it was last year. The floor plan didn't look like this last year. Did it?
It's got a lot more smaller stands in
Yeah.
this year. So, for example, we were supposed to have had the whole of Block 53. Not Block 53, but that whole block where 53, 54, 55, 56, 57 was, which is by the door. We were supposed to have that whole block there because of getting the trailer in and out. But that didn't happen. So you've got, if we go across the top, we've got, what's FWC?
No idea.
No idea. Pure Seal. We all know Pure Seal. Streamline. And sparkle. You've got exteriors. What do they do?
No idea.
Gutter vac in the corner. That'll be a big stand as usual. They've got Howden, so that's a double stand to what they had last year. Biohazard training.
I wonder if biohazard training is... Oh no, because Pure Seal's got their biocide training there as well, so they've got like a...
Yeah, and then you've got Safety Matters next to it.
Yeah.
Clean Link, so we've got Tom will have a nice stand. House? No idea. Kingdom Canvas, Spotless Water. Then obviously we've got Equip to Clean. Waterworks. What do Waterworks do?
No idea.
Pressure washer sales and service backed with Retuff.
Oh, they're going to be near you, look.
Yeah, next to us.
Have you met Ollie yet?
I will do at the stand.
I think you'll get on. He's a real nice guy.
Then we've got a long, thin one all the way between the two doors for the toilet. That spot that we're in isn't really reflective of that. It's something like 20 metres by 4 metres.
That's where all the towers were last time, wasn't it?
Yeah, where the towers were. But he's done a narrower stall, I think, to get an extra row in. So that's a narrower stand to get an extra row in, that is, I think. Then what's that? Mayaka?
No idea.
Cleaning. Palmer's.
I wonder if I can sneak one of those badges this time. Like a backstage pass.
Yeah, backstage pass, getting nice and early. But there's loads of little ones this year. It seems like there's loads of... It seems like there's loads of the little three. Cause I mean, Kingdom Canvas is down here twice.
Is there going to be a punching machine with Macintosh's face on it?
Oh.
Did you see all the drama on the Facebook the other day about his video?
Well, I heard a rumour that last year he didn't book a stand. And this isn't me spreading gossip. No, I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it because you just accused me of spreading gossip. Right. It was said that last year he didn't have the stand at all. He didn't pay for a stand. He just turned up with a pull-up banner or a flag or something and stood on the corner of one of the walkways and pitched up like he got a stand. Now, I don't know the guy. Right? I don't know the guy. I don't know if that's true, but
I don't think. I think, is it Mark Monroe, the guy that runs the thing? I don't think he's best pleased with him, judging by the comments on that Facebook page.
And I think that's why. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
But I don't know. And I don't know what people's beef is with the guy. I don't know.
I mean, I think he seems to be ruining his own reputation by the looks of it.
I did see something. I just thought, I think he's trying to stay relevant. And I don't think you need to push negative. What's the word I'm looking for now?
I haven't seen. I think his video premieres today. I was going to watch it about you're not allowed to use turbo nozzles on roofs anymore.
That's the one I was going to say. That's just clickbait. Why are you going to watch it? Give him a view. Why?
What's his name? A.E. Macintosh.
I've never watched his videos, by the way.
I have. I've watched a few, and they're really good. I'm not going to watch it now because he's. I'm not going to give him any ideas. But apparently, you're not allowed to use turbo nozzles on roofs anymore. And the comments on Facebook were absolute gold. It's a very good read.
I've been trying to. Right, I thought when we got a girl to do our Facebook, right, I could avoid it and stay away from it.
Avoid what? The drama?
Yeah, just the fuss and the drama and all of it. And and then I got pulled into it, and then there's the whole only allowing people that have paid to be in groups and yada yada. And I'm switched off again from it. I'm just enjoying going down my own path. You know what I mean? Doing these few videos and just trying to get stuff done. I mean, we're sort of mega at the moment with stuff that's going on. I mean, I've never seen such quantity of work come through ever. It's relentless. It just doesn't stop. It hasn't stopped. It didn't stop all winter.
You're a cowboy roof cleaner if you aren't on one of his approved contractors list.
By the way, tell me, who made him god of this? Who made him the boss of it all?
Oh, he's been doing it 12 years. That's all you need to know.
So?
Now he's tried everything. He's done every form of roof cleaning you can do, and he's found the best way. And he wants to talk about it and teach other people, which is cool. But in the process of doing that, he's shitting on everyone else in the industry by saying you're all doing it wrong. He without mentioning my name, he threw a little dig at me for.
Have you? Is this your drama now?
Well, he said about people are walking on roofs to scrape them, and I don't think that's particularly good because you can break tiles. And
hold on, let me just assume position now. This is the Jakey position, isn't it? Come on then.
Look, I don't care. I think he's probably a nice guy. He just runs his mouth a little bit, doesn't he? And I saw a screenshot that Sid took of it must have been like an Instagram story about. He said Sid quoted this roof at 1,900 quid. Here's what I can't believe he charged that much or something. Here's what we charge. I can't remember what it said, but like crazy, just crazy that you'd even put another YouTuber's name on the thumbnail of your video. Wild. The headspace you must be in to be able to do that is crazy. And so yeah, the little digs and the bits in the videos, it's just unnecessary. Just stay in your own lane, do your own thing. Like
this makes a change. This is good, right? Because tomorrow my Facebook won't be going off. I won't have 3 or 4 other suppliers contacting me going, "You were on Jake's feed last night. Yeah, slagged us off." This time it's you. It's you. You're doing it.
I have no issue with the guy, but it's just very obvious, and it's just a shame. It's a shame that to elevate yourself, to get yourself to I mean, YouTube is clearly his platform for advertising to his customers. I don't see YouTube for my customers. I see YouTube for my little community of people that want to start their business and stuff. That's what I'm sausage behavior. That's what I'm aiming my content towards.
Jake, I'm gonna leave this one with you. This is one. Last October, I read one of those stupid sayings that you see written in places. Do you know what I mean? And,
if you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say it at all. That one.
That type of thing, right? Except this one, I kind of heard, I read it and I thought, you know what, that's right. And it goes like this. Blowing out somebody else's candle will not make yours shine brighter.
That's a good one, yeah.
And I heard that and I thought, well, I read it, I didn't hear it. Obviously, I heard it in my own head when I said it. As I was reading it. And I was like, actually, I should try living by that a little bit because it's right. You don't have, if you tear somebody else down, it doesn't actually elevate you at all.
When did you read this? Because you don't seem to have taken it on board every time you come on here shitting on other.
Oh, whoa,
When-
I've never shit on anybody.
You
What
always.
do I shit on?
You
Who?
do. You
Name
do.
one person.
You do.
When?
You
I want to see
do.
the evidence.
You do.
I want to see the evidence. You know what I mean? I've never shit on anybody. I've called some things as they are. But, oh, hello.
Hello.
I'm just live with Jake here. How's the child? Is she programmed?
They don't know. The X-ray dude's got to review it tomorrow.
Okay.
I didn't think she played rugby. How's
She
done that?
doesn't. She fractured it like 3 years ago. And every year, just for shits and giggles, she bounces it off a table or something.
You've seen this one?
What?
Your chat's going off the hook. Somebody's going to demonetize you, Jake.
What's going on? What are they talking about?
God knows.
Come in, Nance. Let's come and show everybody your hand. Come in.
Is it hanging off?
Let's have a look.
Be careful.
You just yanked it.
Show everybody.
How have you? How did you actually do that then?
I whacked it off a table.
Were you playing? Were you on the VR? Because that's what my boy. I've got a 10-year-old boy, and he's got his VR on, and he can't see what he's doing. He punches the TV, he whacks his arm off the table, he kicks the dog.
Wasn't that exciting, was it, mate?
No, she's just really clumsy.
I think she was just running out of school or going across something at school, and she just clipped her hand off the corner of a table.
Oh dear!
But she's not just done it the once.
It's the third or
Maybe
fourth
your arm.
time.
Are your arms like abnormally long for your body or something? Is that what the problem is? I don't want any, thank you. I haven't had anything to eat tonight yet. I don't feel hungry.
You liar. Rebecca's a
Oh, okay. Thank you. I think we need to clear this up. Tracy, I have never pulled down Equip to Clean. I think you'll find it's everybody else that says negative things about Equip to Clean. I'm just honest about what I see.
No, you should see the reviews on their site. They're all 5 stars. They're great.
I'm still laughing about what it says in your chat.
Are you talking about the butt plug?
Yeah, it's just butt. Just say butt. Such a child.
Twin turbo. He uses a butt plug. I've heard Big Stutner one. Big Stutner one. He stood on conservatory roofs to pressure wash someone else's roof. Walking on the roof is safer. Sausage behaviour. Stop being nice. I'll get the boy to kick it. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, we went down a tangent there, didn't we?
Look. I haven't got a problem with anyone, but just be honest.
That guy really is on my tits.
No, I'm sure he's nice. I'm sure he's nice. I've never spoke to him in person.
He comes to the expo and he comes and says hello. We
Say
have
that
a
again.
coffee and if he comes across at the expo and comes and says hello.
Yeah. I sort of whatever, doesn't matter.
Everybody needs to get the drinks orders in on Discord so I can get it organised.
Look,
So
if you stay, I'm gonna try.
Yeah,
I'm trying to organise a curry,
Yeah, I'll come.
or something for the Friday evening. Jake, can you bring him on a live, please? I've invited him. He's not interested.
You don't get enough views for his always says you're too small. Small fry.
Do you want to come for a curry on the Friday night then? You can't commit,
Yeah.
can you? You're not gonna. You're not gonna.
Okay. I'm gonna commit 90%. It looks like 90% I'm staying over. It'd have to be exceptional for me not to stay over.
All right. Just make sure you bring enough stock, and then you'll be fine. No good driving an hour and a half to go and get some more stock in the evening, and then come back the next day. Is it?
I don't fancy Daza can we top and tail. Oh, I was thinking about taking the camper van, but then I realised I've got to take the pickup because I've got to tow the trailer down. Which, incidentally, this will be the first time I won't have the pickup on the stand with a machine in the back of it.
You look really sad about that.
I am, because I like showing it off, because it's awesome. It's going in a van tomorrow, Wednesday, and I haven't got time to make another one. I've got a bunch of them going into Nissan in up north.
If anyone else in the Discord wants to come for a curry, we're going to organise it. I'll probably look at venues tomorrow. It's my birthday tomorrow.
Is it?
Yeah.
Happy birthday for tomorrow.
Thanks.
Will you be having a drinky poo?
No, I'm sober. I'm 12 months sober. I'm not 12.
You're not 12 months sober. You were drinking at Christmas.
I'm not 12 months sober yet, but I've been sober.
I'm planning on being sober for 12 months. You started telling people 12 months sober. I've got the chip.
I'm gonna be 12 months sober. I'm sober from the 11th of the 2nd. So what's that? 6 weeks, almost, maybe about 6 weeks.
That's a big achievement. Well
Thanks,
done,
mate.
mate. Congratulations.
Thanks. I'm gonna do 12 months.
Well, apart from at the Expo.
No, I'm not drinking. I'm gonna bring the holy. Oh, by the way, this isn't broke. I thought it broke. It's not. It's actually fine. I was using the wrong charger for it. My little card machine.
I know it's your turn to pay this time at the Chinese.
Craig says about to dress up as a turbo and chase him around the expo. I'll pay for yours. Not paying for everyone's.
Why?
If there's like 5 of us, I will. But if there's like 10 or more, no.
What's nothing? Just knock it off against your tax, Jake. Corporate expense.
It doesn't apply if I'm there, does it?
Yeah, but you just pay for everybody else and don't eat because you're not going to be drinking.
So I can't eat.
I'm only joking.
Have you got anything special that you're bringing to the expo? Anything unique? Anything? How many of those things have you got? Those ball valves?
A few.
The one?
I've just got the one.
See you, Lindsay.
Here's some that came off earlier.
Oh, nice.
So what you might not realise with the Pro Grip stuff is both myself and Daniel, we've got, I think, 6 printers plus the laser cutter in the office. And then we've both got at least 2 each at home for doing the nighttime runs. So the only reason why these aren't running now is because I'm on with Euros, otherwise they'd be press go. Massive orders with Pro Grip with since we moved to doing distributor stuff and bespoke stuff, it's really took off.
Yeah, I need to get some more bits from you. I need to make a little shopping list because last time I went and I was just sort of walking around aimlessly, and I know the stuff that I want, but I can never remember when it's all sat in front of me. So I think Clean Link have got some vacuum poles for me. Rutland Pumps have got a switch something for me, switch tip. I need a wee.
Well, you go for a wee. I'll man the fort for a minute, try and say the C-bomb as many times as possible.
If anyone's got any technical questions regarding equipment, now's your chance. Go. Don't say anything rude.
Oh, Tom, Mr. Ray. Good evening. The 60-second wee timer has started. His toilet must be right next to his office because he's never normally gone for more than a minute. He wouldn't trust me to be live on his channel for this long. What you can do is you can tell me if you prefer black and green or green and black. Can you see him? Which one? There we go. He does it in the hallway. Do you know what wouldn't surprise me?
Fastest pisser in the West.
He pisses in his van. I've heard he does it in a bucket in the front of his van.
Not in the
Right.
front. We'll do it in the back.
That is one of the most disgusting things. Let's just talk about it right now. Right. The exterior cleaners. Right. I'm just going to say it. The piss bucket in the van is minging. Absolutely disgusting. It makes the front of your van stink. And it goes all over the equipment. I'm just saying it now. Don't have a piss bucket.
What do you mean the front of your van? And how do you know?
What am I in about nearly every day, dude? Vans turning up with kit that's broken in it to fit.
Fair enough.
So of course it's all the equipment's got splashed with the piss out of the piss bucket. So it stinks.
We've only done it a couple of times when there's no toilet on site, or if the customer's not home, but there's a street full of people peeking out their windows at you. It needs must. When you're working with running water all day, what else can you do? No, you can't hold it in. Impossible. It's bad for you.
It's not bad. It's not bad for you.
Yes, it is.
Anyway, piss bucket, no. You're going to find out what a piss bucket looks like now or something, what we're looking up.
Frequently holding in for extended periods is bad for your health, potentially leading to bladder weakening, urinary tract infections, or even kidney problems. I think that's what I've got from too much holding in my wee. You remember when I was at your place?
I piss in mine at least twice a day. Try having a dump in a carrier bag. That's more fun. Do you know the funniest, talking about camping and having a pee and a shit on the move? The funniest thing I ever saw was a toilet seat that fastens to your tow bar, and you put a carrier bag underneath it to catch your dump. Get down, curling one out on your tow bar.
Just while you're getting down the road.
Oh God! What could you imagine?
You shouldn't hold it. Do you remember last time I came to your place and I went probably 4 times within the space of an hour? I think I've been weakened from prolonged, extended periods of holding it in.
I think that back then you were drinking a large amount of alcohol in an evening, and when you broke the seal for the first time of the day, just like when you break the seal when you go to the pub, you constantly then have to trot off to drain the snake regular.
Well, it still happens. So
habit now.
And when I'm desperate, like all of a sudden, there's nothing, and then all of a sudden I'm desperate and I need to go.
Go see a doctor. Might have prostate problems. You are getting old tomorrow.
God, this is getting deep, isn't it?
Have the fingers up the bum.
Oh, don't tempt me.
You're saying to Mrs. Smart later, come have a practice run.
Don't piss in an empty hypo tub. That's probably a good. Let Macintosh check your prostate.
With FSC, triple bar. Engineer struggling against your storage bar. You're in load of Adam.
Can you read out the question instead of just going?
Sorry. So the question is: having trouble with FSC. It's triple bar. 2502 nozzles, speed 06, 21,200. The engine is struggling, the gauge is reading 300 bar when I pull the trigger on the cleaner. Unload the valve is down too far. Back and unload the valve off a little bit.
He must have watched your video.
Yeah, somebody's going, let Macintosh check your prostate.
He's getting unnecessary flack from this live stream at the moment.
I love the guy. I can't wait to meet him. I think he's brilliant. In fact, I support his theories.
I'm not saying he's wrong.
Turbo Tosh. Come on. You even broke into a smirk then.
I was just had a itchy nose.
It smell fresh and spillage down. Do you know what? We should do a whole episode on how you could do a video on that, Jake. You should film yours and Jakey's habits during the day, and you should road test different buckets, bottles, and apparatus, and then rate them at the end of the day. Now that looks, judging by your chat, that's the content that your readership, your subscriptionship would enjoy. You know what I mean? Whenever I was drinking on a Wednesday, I'm in and out about 4 times during the night. You know what I mean? Blokes having a wee is a big deal. Everybody in the comments, let Jake know if you'd like him to review various pee buckets.
That's what we need. Oh dear. This is getting. This is supposed to be a pressure washing channel.
Get it done.
And so far, all we've done is slag people off and talk about.
You've done. Oh, whoa! Do not bring me into your drama this week. This is not my drama. This is your drama.
Alpha piss bucket. For God's sake, Luke. Ah, dearie me. This has gone down the pan. Quite literally. This episode has.
Anyway, I'm getting off at 10 o'clock no matter what. So
I'm gonna delete this episode once we've
It's a good episode.
Why is that? Because you're on it.
Every episode with me on's a good episode, Jake.
You're like, don't delete it.
Go on a different channel. I could go on a different channel if you want. Go down on. I'll give my mate Macintosh a call and see if he can do a live with me.
You're welcome to go and mingle with whichever YouTubers you want to mingle with.
Baby, well, Jal, I'll be getting text messages through the night. Can't believe you've done that to me. I'm so hurt. You've hurt my feelings.
You are not loyal. You don't need to be loyal to me. Just like I use all different suppliers and stuff. You can speak to whichever YouTuber you want to speak to.
I'm my own YouTuber now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you are. You're going to be a famous TikToker this time next year.
Do you know what? I think that we talk about YouTube a lot. Craig Carroll, who just want you alone in his shed. I've heard about Jake's shed. And his pole holder.
Shed-mounted pole holder.
You shed-mounted pole holder.
I think that's a bad idea.
I hope this becomes your biggest live stream. Just you have to talk about this shit every week. No, I think your biggest viewership was when we did actually start slagging people off one night a couple of months ago. We went deep. Somebody asked a question and we went balls deep on somebody. And I think we peaked at about 160 at one time. That was when we used to bother advertising, doing stuff.
Yeah, we're a changed channel.
Changed channel.
Doors open at 10 a.m. Friday. Yes, it's gone up £10 plus VAT. I think it was £5 last year, wasn't it? I mean, not that it makes a difference, really. Let's be honest.
I think you're just paying to go both. I think it's to cover the cost of the hall being on for 2 days.
That makes sense.
The cost for the traders is, in my experience, similar.
Mark messaged me a while back and said the cost for the traders hasn't changed since he started.
It's just an expensive gig. I think when I said it was expensive to do the show, I think that Mark took that as a quite literal. He thought I was saying the show was expensive to do.
He did. Yeah.
The bit that he charges was expensive. Now it's not the cheapest thing in the world, but compared to everything else, it's small fry. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
We'll have something like 8 people on the stand serving and meeting people.
And I would have thought the money that the suppliers make in sales, depending on it's difficult to say because some people aren't taking stock. Some people aren't selling stock.
Even with the stock we take, we won't make money. If you base the profit of the show on the 2 days doing it, we won't make money.
What do you mean, the profit of the show?
If you try and justify the show, going to the show and the profit that you make just on those 2 days, the money that you take on those 2 days, it's not profitable
For you or for everyone?
for me. Never has. We lost massively first time we did the show.
But aren't you
just launched
aren't you
there.
selling machines? Not necessarily there on the day, but you're taking orders for machines.
Some machines we take orders for, yeah, but still, it's a big hole to fill.
So, but you didn't pay for hotels. You're going to be paying for a hotel this time, presumably, for however
It's
many
not
of
just-
you are going.
So it'll take us a week to prep. At the moment, I've got 3 people solidly, 3 people at any time for the last 2 weeks prepping for the show.
Sorry.
What now? What's so funny? What have I missed?
Craig just said big hole to fill. Sorry. You said big hole to fill. It doesn't matter. Stupid. Carry on.
Good. What I'm saying is a marketing exercise. Yes, it's a marketing exercise. That's what I'm saying. It's not that you can't make profit. I don't think you can make profit from just what you take on the weekend of the show. I think that our reach is strong enough now that we don't necessarily have to do the show. Like Conrad didn't do it last year. I don't think it would make any difference if Ben didn't do it at Rutland or any of the others. Their reach is strong enough now that you could probably drop to doing the show every other year or every third year.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I don't think that that's a big. I think that you need to do them to keep your awareness of your company up, but not. I've always said that these type of things are a dick measuring exercise between the suppliers. So I'm going to have a bigger stand than you. This is how big my dick is.
Yeah.
That's how I've always looked at those type of things. I mean, I suppose, some of the things I'm doing this year for the show are also to improve our shop in Stafford. So we're rolling out a bunch of stuff that'll improve the shop. So maybe it'll take a little bit less time this year, next year if we do it again. But we're also, while we're prepping for this, we're also prepping for several county shows that we do. So in perspective, I can go to our local county show. I can put my trailer there for 2 days and it will cost me 200 quid a day because I get an agricultural rate because I support agricultural people. I can put my machines on the front, man the stand on my own, and we will get work all year from it.
Yeah.
You know. But I like the show. We're going to do what we do. John enjoys it. We suggested that John wasn't going to come and he was going to stay and man the depot on the Friday and look after the dog. And he's gone, no, I'm coming. Ronaldo's coming. Smithy.
I think it's
He's going to be down.
it's a good place for people potentially getting into the industry or just looking for a bargain, because there's a lot of bargains there as well. But it's nice to get hands on with the equipment.
I think it's more about getting hands on with the equipment. I don't think the bargains are that great.
Yeah, nor me, to be honest. And generally, a lot of the good stuff's sold out by the time you get there anyway.
That'll be my trailer. Same as everybody else, same as Julius and everywhere else. If you want to go home with something, you'll have to be quick on the Friday.
I'm just going for a laugh and to meet people from the Discord.
Yeah, agreed. I like I say, we took beer last year. And I sat chatting to people, signing autographs and stuff.
I'm going to film everything for those that couldn't make it. I'm going to try and get a really good walk around of every single stand that's there and just get some good
Mike
footage.
never talked about piss last week. So I have a question. I watched the video right up until somebody asked him about X-Jets. And I never heard what he said about them.
I think he said they've got their place. Certainly not up on a roof with loads of wind and drift and stuff, but yeah, I'm pretty sure he said they've got their place.
Yeah.
You're going to start selling them?
I brought some from Alibaba.
Are they the ones that have got the barb fitting on the bottom, or the quick release?
I'll probably adjust them when they turn up, so they're not like any of the others on the market. And I'll sell them for what they cost, like 50 sheets or something.
I like it. So basically, so you're discarding everything you said in the past about them, and now you're going to sell them because.
Now I'm selling them with a disclaimer. I'm sick of people coming in asking for them. They're like, are constantly asking for them. Why don't you do it? Why don't you do it? Because they're not safe. And I'm like, no.
Why aren't you getting the XJet? How come you're getting the cheap one?
After I've run the cheap one, I'll let you know.
Okay. Hi Darren, it's Show Ricky.
Show Ricky.
What does that mean? Jake, what cams do you use? Cameras. My Google Pixel 9 Pro and my DJI Action 4. Please do that, Jake. It'd be good to watch the usual little weekend dance show. Daz, I'm still looking to buy a Projet. When does that? As I'm looking to buy a Projet. Oh, okay.
I've got the I've got the WaterTech Pro foams on stock.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I say, so many people came in asking for them. I give everybody still the same speech. I still think they're dangerous. I still don't think you can, if you're honest about your use of them, fulfill a risk assessment for them. But just like the pole valve, I'm selling it with one set of instructions. People might choose to use it however they want.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. You can't sell the Pro foam and then say I'm not selling the XJet because it's not safe. I'm not buying it.
The Pro foam works differently.
Yeah, only a little bit.
I'm not saying the Pro foam's overly safe. I'm just saying I stock it now.
A question.
I'm just saying.
Sorry.
Well,
a question for you, pressure washing pros. I got a cheapish telescopic from Amazon to do my roof. I've got 150 bar Titan. I need an adapter from the 14mm lance to the Titan hose. Help, please. I would recommend not doing that with a cheapish telescopic from Amazon. It's a recipe for disaster. Is that one of those like aluminium or fiberglass ones that you pull the trigger and it shoots back up in the air and bends and flaps all over the place? I tried that. Doesn't work. I think a lot of people go down that route. They get the BE lances. Can you pound the door? I believe you can. Yeah. I hope so because I haven't bought a ticket. Just ordered the pressure washer sales and service XJet. Well done. So there's two versions of the XJet, and they've recently changed the M5. It used to come with a... Someone correct me if I'm wrong, because I have no idea what I'm talking about. But it used to come with a quick release on the bottom. And now all of them are showing a barb fitting, which is the same as the Alibaba ones, which is disappointing. Same as the Equip to Clean ones. Yeah, you literally can't find them now with the quick release. So that one's got a quick release there that goes onto the suction hose.
You could soon fit a quick release on the bottom.
Yeah.
It's only a fit.
Yeah, it's just annoying that it comes with a brass, what looks like a brass barb fitting. Because brass doesn't particularly mix with hypo, does it?
There you go. Conrad's just said in the chat, I've never been involved with the actual XJets.
The ones with the quick release weren't the official XJet. That's a rabbit hole in itself. Oh, really? Bloody hell. I prefer the quick release because you can pop it off to rinse stuff. Like I had to, I couldn't. I left my XJet at home today, so I had to use my Equip to Clean one that they very kindly sent me for a review. But I just don't like it because that barb fitting, once the hose is on there, and you've done up the little wing nut, it's on there for good. You're not gonna, once that started rusting, you're not gonna open it and shut it and take it off and on. It's just attached to the XJet now. That's just the way it is, sort of thing. But to be able to pop that quick release off and like use it as a rinse down nozzle instead is really, really valuable. And also, within minutes, I turned around and trod on that little wing nut. It's a little plastic wing nut, and it broke, so I can't use it anymore. The official XJet is available with stainless micro quick release. Yeah, that's what I'm after. That's what I like. And the ProJet as well, that's got the quick release, I think. Yeah, that little quick release dinger on the bottom. That's what you need. I don't know why the other one's got brass in it. I'm sure brass is not good for use with hypo, is it? No, it's all brass. Strange. I might be talking absolute nonsense like I normally do. Looking forward to seeing you guys at the show. Are you going to be there this time, Conrad? We didn't get halfway down the floor plan, did we? Where's AC?
No, sweet.
You are?
Down the bottom near the door.
Oh, you've only got a little dinger of a stand. I expected you to be on one of the big ones.
That's actually quite big.
Is it?
That's about the same size as my first year, you know, when I was down by the toilets.
Yeah.
That floor plan doesn't really...
It's not representative.
No, it doesn't represent the sizes.
Near the door for a quick escape.
That'll still be 9, 10 meters by about 4 meters, something like that. Maybe 5 meters.
It's not all about size anyway, is it?
That's what she said.
I should know.
I've heard.
Hypo okay. You out, hypo okay, your brass. What are you talking about, Craig? Brass turns it black if left in hypo. You put hypo on your brass. I think this is going down the poo chute. This live stream is. I think
you're not very positive tonight, are you?
Well, the chat can't type properly, so they're losing it.
I am falling asleep.
You started by saying I'm tired, I'm falling asleep. I can't string a sentence together.
I shouldn't have come on tonight. I should have just gone to bed. In all seriousness,
We've had a good laugh.
I promised I saved launching that new product. So I said I'd bring you something. So I saved launching that just for you and your gang. Yes, Jake, stop drinking. That's what the problem with the lives is. I told you the other week he wasn't so much fun. So sober Jake's just not as fun as drunk Jake. I'm only kidding.
I thought my issue with not being able to talk very well on stream was because I was always drunk.
No, it turns out it's just a bit simple.
A little bit simple, potentially a little bit tired. What's the best place to buy hypo? If you're new to the game,
supplier.
Pure Seal.
You do not want to be shipping hypo all over the country. Come on. It's a bog standard product. As long as the rating's fine on it, what does it matter if it costs £1 more at your local farm centre or equestrian centre? Hypo's hypo. It's nothing special.
Yeah, but you still got to get a good surfactant to stick in it.
That's different. You buy that from your surfactant ones.
Did you get my... We were talking about having like an orange surfactant made, weren't we? Calling it smelts surfactant.
Well, whatever name. I had a green one done. The problem with my chemical guy is he knows deep down inside that some of this stuff is gimmicky.
Mhm.
And he doesn't do gimmicks. Right? He's about performance, quality, and yada yada. So even though I've told him many times, because we pay him, we pay him to come a couple of days a month to develop our chemical range and to produce our own. So our chemicals that we sell, the other chemicals, are not somebody else's. They're our own, that we've had our own formulas made for, that we own, and then we have made for it chemical plant. We sell quite a lot of chemical. And I said to him, look, I want to do this and I want to do that and I want to do the other. And because he thinks it's a gimmick and it won't last long in the bleach. So, for example, the only way to get a pre-done hypo in a tub, so I don't want to. Pure Source products are very good, so I'm not pulling down anybody's products when I explain
Here we go.
this.
Another one. Let's go.
Let's be clear. Let's be clear. I'm not pulling down anybody's products, and they're upfront about it.
Are you
but
blowing
don't
out
pay
someone's candle?
for it. No, I'm not. I'm explaining why my man won't make stuff for me, basically.
Okay.
And it goes along the lines of like this. If you want to add something like surfactant to hypo, when you put it in at a 15% hypo, after a small amount of time, the bleach basically neutralizes the surfactant that you've tipped in.
What do you mean
So you
neutralizes?
So say, for example,
Stops
you
it
buy
working?
you buy 20 litre hypo, you tip your surfactant in, screw the lid on, shake it about, do what you got to do, use it for one job, screw the lid on and try and use it a day or two later for the next job. The surfactant will have been neutralised inside the bleach.
What do you mean neutralized?
As in, the bleach will eat it up, so it doesn't foam up anymore. You can add more surfactant to it. When you're using high percentage bleach.
So I use
So if you-
15% hypo, farm
Yeah.
shop hypo, and I put my Pure Seal surfactant in there, 500 mil to a 25 litre
Yeah.
barrel, and it's in there for like a week.
Oh, so
Still
my
performs the
chemical
same.
my chemical man says it should just eat it. Maybe he left it in for longer. But the gist of it is this. So when you want to have the when you want to have the hypo pre-mixed with stuff, the reason why it's a lower percentage bleach is so it'll last longer in the tub, so the bleach doesn't neutralise it. That's what I'm trying to say without pulling down the product. So one of their other products they do, and some other people do, they do one that's mixed in with like pre-mixed.
The
I
Nuclear
forget the
Pro.
name of it. And that's a lower percentage bleach, and the reason why it'll be a lower percentage bleach is so it doesn't get neutralised. That's what I'm trying to say.
I think you're wrong, because they do the nuclear fallout as well, and that's like
Yes.
14 to 15%, and that's got the surfactants, the wetting agents, the scent masks, and everything mixed in.
You know what? I'm not okay. I'm telling you, I'm paraphrasing what my chemist told me. I don't know.
I think there's also something about blended, like the chemicals are blended, which means it's not just something that's been poured in. It's actually like, I have no idea what I'm talking about. Doesn't matter.
They stirred it, Jake.
They stirred it.
Stirred it.
Um,
I'm only telling you what he said to me. That might be different. You know
I
what
want some orange surfactant, luminous orange. So when I put it down, it's like cool.
That would look cool. That would look cool.
I've seen the guys in the States like foaming up the sides of houses with like pink surfactant. It looks really cool.
Yeah, I know.
Stupid. It's like pointless, but it looks cool.
Well, eventually, could you imagine? So to make that foam pink, you'd have to put quite a strong dye in. Could you imagine what that might do to white surfaces? Especially if it got baked on.
Well, that's the concern with like letting it dry out and stuff. And having something that's, yeah, like Matt said, having something that's actually compatible and not just a die. My chemist told me to stop dropping my pants to go and see the doctor. I think I read that wrong, I'm sorry. Jake, get a reverse graffiti stencil of Smelt, then buy a side of white limestone surface so it reacts orange. Banger advertising. That is a...
Creed surfactant. Who's got a Creed surfactant?
What's Creed?
It's like an aftershade, isn't it, Creed?
Oh, the smell, the scent.
Yeah. I assume that's what they mean.
The whole street smells of Creed. What's Creed? I've never heard of Creed.
Well,
Is that an old man aftershave?
maybe they're saying they're tipping in the aftershave in the... Apparently it's a nice smell, Creed is, apparently. Walker Brothers sell it. I've never heard of this. This is new. This is new news. Off we go to Google it now.
New news. Craig's making bombs. Why? What have you been doing, Craig? I always put my surfactant into a full tub. So do I. I'm not a fan of Surf Boost though. Why not? That's the only thing I use. It's the best aftershave you can buy. I don't know. I don't use aftershave anymore. I like Polo Black, but I only ever get it for like a birthday or Christmas present. And when it runs out, I just wait until the next Christmas, and hopefully someone buys me some Polo Black. If I'm smelling good at the Expo, it's because someone bought me some Polo Black for my birthday. And hopefully I'll be smelling good and not sneezing on you. I like the thick Surf Boost. I don't like the watery stuff they sell now. Jake, you don't rock a fragrance. Disappointing. It, like I just said, I'm not buying it because it's a rip-off. I'm tight.
Sorry, did you just say that live on feed? I never knew that about you, Jake. I never once. You don't give off that vibe at all.
So wait, you're adding how much to your 25-litre drum? Have you still got your elephant deodorant stuff?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you use it? Or is it only for special occasions?
I keep it here, near me.
Oh, you've gone through it. Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson. Yes. Don't fall off.
I can't believe people are buying, like paying 70 odd quid for a little bottle of fluid like that. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Sounds cheap to me.
Honestly, it's like
You like a Lynx Africa man then, Jake? Is that what you're saying?
no, I don't wear anything. It's just inflated cost, isn't it? It's just supply and demand. People will pay it, so let's charge it, and it probably costs about 5 pence to make, and I just can't get behind it. If someone gets me something nice, then fair enough. That's like, it's a nice present, but I'm certainly not going to go and buy it myself. Ridiculous.
Stay. Yes, mate. Yes. Vital businessman down. This is Davies from Greenock. How you doing, buddy? You all right? Davies ordered a machine off us last week.
One of my best mates has a YouTube channel where he rates perfumes and scents. Joking. Sorry, that was a rubbish joke.
That was you are off it tonight, aren't you? I thought it was me, but it's not actually me that's off it. It's you, isn't it?
No, you're tired as well. Don't put it all on me.
Don't talk about it. Tell Uncle Darren what the matter is, Jake. What's the matter? Do you want to sit on my knee? Tell me all your problems. I am really tired. I did say I'd go at 10 o'clock. Let's go back up through some of these chats. Anthony, is there a material difference between the Hyundai and the Honda reliability wise? Yes. Yes, there is. But, and it comes with a but, the Honda's going to cost you double the Hyundai. And as Jake pointed out earlier on in this chat, especially when we're talking about the Parkers and the other cheap range, that actually you can go out and earn money with the cheaper stuff. So if you are tight on budget, there are some machines that are better than others in particular price breaks. So for you know what I mean. So I happen to think that the Hyundai Stroke JCB is an okay machine. Without plugging one, I have a JCB for sale. Get me on my way to my McLaren. Just check my videos out.
You can't help yourself, can you?
Get it in. I've never been one of those people before. I'm one now. I'm one of those. What else have we got? Barrels. Clear barrels. Yeah, you definitely shouldn't have bleaching clear barrels. That is a no-no.
Bolton's going to be smelling even more like Creed now. Can you rate my pressure washer if I put it in the Discord, Darren?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Stick it in equipment chat. Let's have a look.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah, these are the screenshots. Look. Can you actually believe this is real?
Champion. Okay. So this is the same as... This is basically the same as what we were looking at earlier.
Oh, I thought we were going to see a picture of your actual machine, but it's on a manufacturer's website. This is the same people that make my my little... I can't make the picture bigger. That's very annoying when that happens. My little champion generator. All these machines look the same.
But I can't make out if that's a copy pump or the actual A&R pump. Okay, so it is one of the generic Chinese engines, so it is like a Hyundai JCB, Lonsin Lifan. It's basically one of them. I'm not a fan of things like on this particular one, they put like a plastic extender on the throttle. It looks on the picture like it could be flimsy.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean, the little yellow one.
The little yellow one. I'm not keen on the gun. I don't think it'd be robust long term, who knows? But the pump I am interested in. So the pump looks like it possibly could be a genuine A&R pump. I can't just quite tell from this picture. If so, that actually has got a quality pump on it.
You would have thought it would tell you in the description if it had a proper pump. Yeah, it has the Anovi Reverbi triplex pump.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, well spotted. So this pump is the same pump that's fitted to the Hyundai and the JCB. So if you was to change the water inlet fitting on that and put a proper water inlet fitting on, I consider that to be a good bit of kit. It depends on the price. I can't see a price on it.
Yeah.
How much did you pay for it? I'm guessing somewhere £900 to £1,000, I'm guessing.
It's just Reese. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome.
Paid 800. You know what? For £800, I think that was a good buy. think there's a few things I'd change. I think you could put a quality hose and gun assembly on it, but that's all right. That is.
What would be the, if you ran a 15 litre per minute machine on full whack from the customer's tap that was only providing 13 litres per minute? Do you know what would happen?
Yeah, your machine would stutter and run at 13 litres a minute, and then eventually the pistons would overheat and it would drink its seals. Like, it literally eat them.
So you'd be a good idea to get a buffer tank if you don't already have one then for that machine.
Yeah, you'd benefit from a buffer tank. Get the water filter and fittings on it. So that should come apart the same as the Hyundai's. And then get the water inlet filter on it. That may, you know what? Again, I think with some mods, I think these I think the Hyundai's, JCBs and this Champion, I think these can be formidable equipment. For an entry level machine, let's put a, you know what I mean,
Disclaimer on
put
it.
a disclaimer on it. But yeah, for what it is, like it, good machine.
Good. I think I'm gonna go because I am exhausted. I'm barely hanging on, Darren.
Yeah, it's time. I'll see you Friday. Right, so you're coming to the stand Friday.
Yeah.
You've got more people watching now than earlier.
Mine always
And
freezes, so I never know how many are watching.
You know, just as you're starting to flag.
I feel like I might be getting ill.
Are you getting excuses in for not coming now? Oh, I am yawning pretty bad as well.
Are we going to do a podcast on your stand?
Yeah, why not? Be fun.
Are you going to have time for me?
Jakey boy, I've always got time for you.
I reckon you're going to be very busy.
Yeah, I'm going to be very busy. I will find time though.
You have to. Maybe it's more of an interactive walk around style one.
I'm going to have the tables there again.
You can show us all your bits and bobs, and I'll have 2 microphones, 1 each. I think that'd be good.
I'm not actually bringing any filming kit at all. For me personally, it'll be too busy to do that. I just need to focus on meeting everybody that's there. I mean, it should be a good show. I'm curious. I saw the guys from Ireland have made some machines. Be interesting to see what their stuff looks like.
Nyclean.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I saw a video of theirs the other day.
Yeah.
I think it's exciting seeing these other people come in and start having a pop, because they're either going to do absolutely fantastic, amazing bits of kit, and we're all going to stand there and go, "Why didn't I think of that? That's amazing," or it's going to be tosh. I don't mean those particular guys. I mean everybody in general.
Come on, blow out that candle. Go on.
Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to blow out the candle. Savvy says he's building something. It'll take Savvy 15 minutes with his Unistrut to knock something together.
Was that a dig?
Unistrut. No, it's a beauty Unistrut, isn't it? It's really fast.
I can't tell with you. I just can't tell. I can't tell. That sounded like a dig to me.
It wasn't a dig. Sorry, it wasn't meant to be a dig. I'm just saying Savvy likes to make his stuff out of Unistrut. Literally Friday morning. It might even ask Savvy to come and make one at the show for everybody. They can watch him while he makes it. Literally, no tools. Unistrut. It's like Lego.
No tools.
Well, you might have to store something or whatever, but
I need to look at Unistrut because that would help me sort of bring my vision to life when it comes to my little
Unistrut.
sketch.
Why don't you just let me make the most awesome machine you've ever had?
because your lead time is not something that I want to wait for.
Oh no, if you want it next week, you're right. It's not going to be done 100%. 100%.
And I still haven't decided which hose reels that I want either.
Yeah, there's loads of people make stuff out of Unistrut. Wasn't a dig.
Oh,
It's really good stuff.
My bad. I
Super
can't tell with your tone. Your tone is sometimes. I'm unsure.
This is a funny story. Get Fit for Life on the YouTube. He rang up. He was quite desperate to get his machine running because he couldn't get it to start. And there's a bit more to the story, but I'm not going to go into it. And I literally went to it, and the key started.
Really?
Yeah.
What was the problem?
I said the choke was. So I think that the choke was really stiff, so it hadn't been pulled all the way out. So when the customer was using it, he was whizzing it over and flooded it. The drive over had helped it dry out the plugs, and I managed to yank the choke and get it all the way out, so the choke was all the way operational. And I literally, it's like when you got the touch.
So you spat on your hands and yanked his choke all the way out.
Yeah, well, yeah, at least you said yanked his choke and I didn't choke his chicken. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it was really funny. So that was good. Oh, I am going, mate.
Craig, you're buying a new cherry picker. Sorry.
Any southeast, never eat. That's London way, isn't it? Unfortunately, I don't know anybody down southeast. I do know a trusted guy in Yeovil, but I don't know anybody down in the southeast area. Unfortunately. Is there somewhere we can watch the Expo live, or do we have to wait for the videos of the next day? Well, we're going to do it live. Do you think you'll have enough internet? I don't think you'll have enough internet in there.
I'll have a look, because I've got unlimited internet on my new phone now, and I can also take a battery pack. So I could film it live and just do a quick walk around, but live videos are never very good, to be honest, when you're out and about. I might, in between all my filming and stuff, if I get a free hour where I think, okay, I can do something here, I might walk around live. We'll see.
Another one here. Where are we? No filming kit with all that tech you've shown me at PWS. Enough kit to make a Bonnie Blue series now. If it wasn't for the current Mrs. N, I'd be queuing up to have a go on Bonnie Blue.
Jesus.
I know, it's bad. She's beautiful. She's a lovely looking thing. Oh, I'm stinky gash, but she's lovely.
Oh my God. What?
Gosh, sheets. It'll be funny in a minute because everybody in the chat's going to go, oh, Bonnie Blue, yeah, you're right, what a skank. And everybody in your chat's going to know who she is. And you're doing, oh my God, at me. Right, next up, you're welcome. Been watching for ages now. My own exterior. I'm just keep up the great work. Love the videos. Yeah, he was on 65 when I came on. We're on 98 now. Yeah, I do bring the viewers in, especially when there's controversy. It was nothing like the night we popped off at somebody. Oh man, there must have been messages going around Facebook because we like double or triple the views that night. That was good.
Look at how excited you get. You just love the drama, don't you? I think I'm going to end this live stream by reacting. Should I become a react channel? I'm going to react to Macintosh's new video. I'm going to watch his turbo video.
Oh, my channel name is just @PreciousWashers, by the way. Everything, anywhere. If you want TikTok, YouTube, FaceTube, it's all the same. No special names.
No one asked.
Somebody's asked in the chat. Somebody's asked.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
I didn't just randomly go, and by the way, here's a plug.
This might be the most deflated I've ever seen you. Come on, fix up, bud.
What's that?
This might be the most deflated I've ever seen you. Come on, fix up, boy.
That's Luke.
Let's watch the video together. Oh.
I'm sure it's going to be a great video. Right, Darren, should we say bye and I'll see you on Friday.
See you Friday.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can blag extra passes again.
I mean, okay, that'd be cool.
Do I still need to call up and show you my machine? It's always best because I keep forgetting as well. Trying to think of which number I'd want to be. Being first looks too eager, but I wouldn't go last because that's rank maybe 7th. I told you, and you were the one having a pop at me.
Okay, right.
He's live when he goes up to max stand on Friday. He hasn't got an official stand from what we can see that we know of.
I didn't see.
So I didn't see him on there. So if you see a stand, you know, he's just turned up with a suitcase like a... What were those door-to-door salesmen that came round with a suitcase and just would pitch up on your corner?
Don't think he's on there. No.
I agree about the bacon sandwich, though. You're right. It's a hastily packed suitcase, as Nicky Glazer would say.
A hastily packed suitcase. Okay, I'm going to say goodbye to you, Darren, because this is taking a turn.
Jake, love you. See you soon, mate. Your
Um,
chat's gone wild, by the way.
yeah. Hopefully, this... Whatever, doesn't matter. I'll see you on Friday.
See you later, everybody.
See ya.
Take care.
Bye, mate. Right. Let's have a look on YouTube. I don't think I can play this because he's probably used copyrighted music that I don't have the rights to. Chances are that's what is. Let's have a look. Should use a turbo nozzle to clean roofs. Did he change the title? I think he's changed the title. Hang on. I think the title's changed.
Hey there, welcome to the channel. Thanks for watching.
I clicked on the right video. I just got to look at something. Hang on. I might be wrong. You're going to delete it anyway. Yeah, that's true. You said, yeah, okay. Okay. He's changed the title of it. Oh, God. Definitely. Okay. So that's the original. Don't use a turbo nozzle for roof cleaning in the thumbnail and in the title. Oh, dearie me. Go to bed. Hish. I'm good, thanks, mate. Should you use a turbo nozzle?
Thanks for joining me today on this nice roof clean. Bit of a chilly start, but yeah, we're going to get it done, don't you worry. Just wanted to show you one of these because this is a turbo nozzle.
So these are very clearly aimed at his customers. It's not for us. It's not for It's not for anyone trying to learn roof cleaning, really, I don't think. This is for his customers. And that's what I think people have got to understand about these videos. I think he says the stuff that he says because he's trying to appeal to the customer and to say, look, I do it safer. This is better for your roof. And I get it to an extent. He won't be there on Friday. Do you not think? I do understand it.
And this is a very dirty but old and delicate roof. Now
It's sort of a conflict of interest. I feel like pick your audience. It's either these videos are for your customers or these videos are for the people that you want to sell a course to. Trying to do both and balance that weird line is
starting to
I think
see
it's landing
roof
him
cleaning becoming
in a bit of
much
heat.
more common as people are getting into it, or maybe even having a go at it. And you're seeing people using these quite a bit. Now,
see, this is what he does when he digs at people by saying people are just sort of setting up and having a go, and they don't really know what they're doing. And he makes all these like little comments where it's not a direct dig at people, and it's not directly putting anyone down, but it's basically saying, watch out, there's a lot of people doing shit work, and like you can count on me to be, you know, I'm better than all the others. And like it's a very subtle way of just sort of putting yourself up on a pedestal, again, for your customers, because these are the people that he's hoping are watching the videos, I suppose.
having a go at it. And you're seeing people using these quite a bit. Now this is actually the most intensive tool you can get for pressure washing, because you have the power from your pressure washer, however much.
And why has he decided to double down on it? Like he said all this a couple of videos ago. Like there was he'd just done a video about the safest way to clean your roof is with a flat surface cleaner. So why is he doing it again? I don't
Power,
understand.
cleaning power you have from your industrial pressure washer. And then this concentrates all that cleaning power to one pinpoint pencil jet. So you're concentrating all that power to one point, and then it spins really rapidly. So I only really use this for the most toughest cleaning jobs, like there's a stubborn oil stain on a patio or driveway, something like that, when you want to hit it with everything you've got. But the thing is with this, you can do some damage.
That's
to
impressive.
the surface. Hit it with everything you've got. Stain on a.
Is that an oil stain? That's impressive to clear an oil stain that significantly. Because sometimes you get a lot of clouding left behind, but that literally looks...
patio or driveway.
That result looks perfect.
Something like that.
I wonder what he's used on that.
When you want to hit it.
Look at that. That's a bone dry day as well. That looks virtually perfect. I can see a little bit of clouding, but nothing major. I'm intrigued as to what he's used on that and whether he's used steam or not.
With everything you've got. But the thing is with this, you can do some damage to the surface because you are concentrating that cleaning power so much.
Twin turbos on there, look. But also pay attention to how close he is to that plywood.
You can damage things, and there are people saying you shouldn't pressure wash a roof.
Look, you're not pressure washing roof tiles that closely. You're just not. I think that's a little bit disingenuous. He's like maybe 2 inches from the surface there. I think me and Jakey are more like 4 to 5 inches from the surface. Maybe even more than that when we're turboing a roof. And what are the odds that this is like full pressure just for the demonstration? You know what I mean? I wonder if the demonstration... I don't know, you can't really say, can you?
Because you could damage it, and that's true. Using something like this, you could damage it. But it's the same thing on driveways, patios, any other type of pressure washing. You could also damage the surface using one of these in any area.
Again, I think this is potentially quite disingenuous. In that I don't know where he's got this. I mean, it looks like he's took this himself. Is this someone that's had a go recently, or is this the way that the algae is growing back because they haven't treated the roof after they've washed it? I'm assuming that these marks are patterns of the way the algae's grown back. I reckon when this roof was first cleaned, you probably didn't see any of this. But because it wasn't treated with biocide, the organics haven't been killed, and it's growing back in these patterns where you can see the nozzles. He's showing this as if this roof has been damaged or poorly cleaned, when it probably hasn't. I bet on the day, I mean, I could be wrong, but I bet on the day this looked absolutely fine.
That you might be trying to clean.
Or I mean, I don't think even the customers had a go at this themselves, because how are you? It's quite a low, looks like a bungalow.
So for roof cleaning especially, I much prefer to use something like this, my flat surface cleaner.
He's using wood as an example. Turn it off. Don't clean plywood with the twin turbo, chaps. I was about to clean my van with my turbo. What can I use now?
Cleaner, because it uses fan jets. So now the cleaning power from my machine is being spread to a wider area.
Why don't you scrape the moss off and then biocide it afterwards? You could. It's just a different way of working, mate. It's absolutely fine. It's just that the biocide takes a lot longer for you to see those. You get an instant before and after with pressure washing, whereas with scraping, yes, you take all the moss off, or 99% of the moss comes off, but the biocide gradually kills the algae over the next sort of, I mean, it kills everything within about 10 minutes, but for it to weather off, those weather cycles, it takes up to 12 months before you start to see like a proper colour change on the roof.
On the surface through a fan. So depending on how wide the fan is, that cleaning power will now be spread across a bigger area of the surface. Not only that, but there's two of them. So the cleaning power is split across two jets. So this is much more gentle. So that's why I always use a flat surface cleaner for cleaning roofs.
So you could argue exactly the same, that those fans are an inch, maybe a couple of inches from the surface, and that they aren't leaving streaks on the wood. But we don't know what he's got his pressure set at, so that's like, the experiment is void to me. But customers aren't even going to question this. I mean, it's perfect. Yes, do that one. I want that one, because that's not going to damage my tiles, clearly. But you also can't, from our perspective, you can quite easily lower the pressure and change the result, can't you?
And I don't use a turbo nozzle. So if you do see people, you know, I'd be very wary of a contractor who's using something like this to clean.
See, that's terrible, that is. That's when he loses me. Be very wary of a contractor that uses a turbo nozzle. You mean 95% of other people that clean roofs? And like, you yourself have got videos on your channel using a turbo nozzle, but you change your mind now, and you can say, yeah, I've grown, I've changed my mind and stuff. That's absolutely fine. But it's like, what do you mean beware of other contractors? That's terrible.
Clean a roof. It can make a difference if you're using a steam setup. I mean, people also say you should only use steam for cleaning roofs, but steam is really just a way of reducing the amount of pressure or cleaning power that you're actually using on the surface. So you can reduce that in other ways. It doesn't have to be steam. I mean, steam can be used and it can be useful, but it's also a very, very expensive setup to get set up with steam equipment.
So let me guess, does anyone know, does he have a steam cleaner? Because that sounds to me like, if he did have a steam cleaner, the next thing he'll be saying is, you shouldn't use turbo nozzles, and you should be very wary of any contractors that aren't cleaning your roof with steam. Because if they're not using steam, they're using too high pressure. And it's like, how far do you want to take it? You know what I mean? I'd probably put money on it that he's not got a steam cleaner. Check the pictures in the Discord, he's using a turbo. Yeah, exactly. Like in his old videos, this is him using a turbo nozzle on a roof. That was a year ago. That was literally a year ago. What the hell? That's pretty funny. That's ironic, isn't it? He's knocking Steam because he doesn't have it. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, you could use Steam. That's a viable option, but it's very expensive, and it's like, so because you
in
yeah.
other ways. It doesn't have to be Steam. I mean, Steam can be used and it can be useful, but it's also a very, very expensive setup.
So biased.
To get set up with Steam equipment, and you need a bigger van to accommodate that and all that kind of stuff. So what I prefer to do is just use the reduced amount of pressure, being able to control that cleaning power through the right tool with the right jets.
So using the reduced amount of pressure, did you reduce the amount of pressure on the turbo nozzles that you showed in the beginning on the plywood? I bet you didn't.
And we'll get a great result. So doing that in combination with chemical treatment, I think is the best approach, because it helps you remove that problem moss that's developed on the roof, and the chemical will kill any fragments of organic growth that might be left in the surface, any spores that might be left in the surface, and prevent them growing back for at least 2 years. So that's the approach I normally like to take, so I can help look after someone's roof in the best way, maybe extend the life of their tiles even, and yeah, just help generally keep their roof free from potential damage that could be caused by the build-up of moss, which holding that moisture.
I mean, why can't you do this, appealing to your audience and doing exactly the same thing without shitting on other contractors and saying that this isn't a good way of doing it, and like potentially, because he's got a platform and he's got thousands of people that watch his videos, and a lot of these are going to be potential customers that aren't in his area, and he might not cover that area, and then they go and reach out to me for a quote and say, oh, I don't want you using a turbo nozzle on my roof though. And it's like, wait, how do you know what a turbo nozzle is? What are you talking about? You know what I mean? Just do the same thing, but you don't need to like put other people down just to make yourself look a little bit better. People wouldn't be talking about it, but they are now invested due to it. Why has he got his hood up? It's not even raining. He's got a 21 litre per minute cold water tech. To be honest, I don't think he's interested in the publicity and about people talking about him. I think he's just trying to get customers on YouTube. That seems like who the video's aimed at, is potential customers. Just got to educate the customer with scraping. Pressure cleaning is high risk, no. Plus cleanup is long. If he's a good salesman, he wouldn't need to do this. Or maybe that's why he is a good salesman and he's always doing roof cleans, is because he... I don't know.
Which can lead to other issues. So that's what we're going to do today. Hopefully we get a good transformation. I'm sure we will. And hope you enjoy.
I can't play that music.
So it's gone well so far. It's massive colour change, really come up really good. You can see there's some fragments of lichen kind of left behind, and I think that just shows that I am being gentle on the surface, basically, that, you know, that there are some of those super stubborn bits that are just left behind. But don't worry about that too much, because I'm going to treat it all with the chemical. The chemical is going to kill all that off, and so the roof will even continue to improve over the next few months, even up to a year. Those things will gradually weather away. So I've moved now all the scaffold round to the back. There's a conservatory as well, so I've just put the tarpaulin over the conservatory just to try and...
This is always interesting to me about how people clean over the top of conservatories, because I'd always be worried that something's going to drop down and break through, but I might be just overthinking it. And also, I've quoted a few conservatories that are like leaning back towards the house, and there's like a thin gully, and it's really awkward access. And I worry that the water's going to sort of pull, and the moss is going to clump together and pull, and just end up pissing down into the conservatory. So I've always avoided those ones. Again, like I don't really want to do roof. I don't really want to pressure wash roofs at the minute because it's just not fun.
Just to try and protect that a bit from.
You got to give it to people like him and Sid for like being able to do so many roofs. It's just it's painful. It's just not fun to me. I suppose the more you do, the more you get a technique for it and stuff. You could use a turbo nozzle on most things. You could use it on a roof as well, but just turn the pressure down a bit. Yeah, like I used a turbo on pattern imprinted concrete today. I use a turbo on tarmac sometimes when I'm doing a rinse. Like it just depends on how you use it. You can turn the pressure down and back away a little bit, and absolutely fine. Me and Daz had a good chat about steam the other day. You don't need it for 90 to 95% of jobs, but once you have it, you can't go back. Yeah, I was thinking about steam recently. Jay, did you want to talk about Discord plans too? That should be deployed this week. The only ones I know about, Matt, are the rules. Not sure. Do you think we need to go over the rules?
Any of the mess that falls down, because it's quite mossy, and it's surprising how
Unless there's
moss
any other
piles
plans
up as it comes down. But yeah, we'll get it back done now. It's going pretty well so far. Amazing transformation on the roof. They're really light coloured tiles underneath, so once we got all that moss off, you can really see obviously a big difference. But we have made an awful mess on the ground. There's a lot to clean up, so now is the epic task of cleaning up all this mess. I have gone over the roof tiles really quite kind of slowly and carefully. There's lots of kind of stubborn moss between the tiles just stuck on there, so I was just trying to go over that a couple of times, make sure I wash that out. And with the rinse as well, the second time over is the rinse, so I've just gone over quite nice and slowly, make sure I wash all that down from in between kind of the gaps in the tiles there where they meet. It is an old roof. There was one
so that's the point that, like with a turbo nozzle, you don't need to go over sections multiple times, really. Once you've done one decent pass, you don't need to go over your work. So I think in some cases, a flat surface cleaner can slow the job down a little bit.
tile I noticed slipped down slightly just under the chimney there, and I've tried to push it back up, but it looks like it needs to be cemented, so we can't do any of that, those repairs or maintenance. I can recommend a local roofer who can come and do those things. So sometimes it's just a case of giving a report of some kind to the customer to let them know this is the condition of your roof. But on the whole, for such an old roof, it's really good condition actually. You can see in some places where it looks like some tiles have been replaced in the past because it's a slightly different color or something. But yeah, overall it's looking pretty good. So it's good to be able to look after it, help the customer just to lengthen the life of it that little bit more as well. So better get this cleanup done and get this tidied up. Got to get this tarpaulin off the conservatory roof as well. Then I've also got to clear out the gutters, so we'll get the vac out, get all the gutters cleaned out, and then we'll get the chemical treatment done.
Yeah, it is a sales video. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Like, fair play. Oh, look, he uses the same vac head as I do occasionally. Yeah, it's just the slagging other contractors off that I do have a bit of an issue with. I think you can do it without needing to do that. Because again, you're just gonna make everyone else in the industry hate you. Like, what's the point? And if you don't care about that, then that's fine. But like, don't. I don't know. If I knew that everyone else in the industry was like talking badly about me like that, that'd make me very upset. That would. I don't know why he does it to himself. It's the tone that he's better and everyone else is doing a bad job. Yeah, it's the tone. It's all about the tone, isn't it, I suppose? I mean, anyone that has to put others down to be successful, there's an issue there, isn't there? And the thing is, he doesn't even have to do that.
Nice little job today.
He's just choosing to do it. He's making a choice.
Fantastic transformation on the roof. What a difference that has made. Still a bit damp for the after photos, but even when it dries out, the tiles look even lighter. You can see they are starting to dry out a little bit near the top.
Great transformation.
And it's turned out really good. We've cleaned everything up.
Does anyone know if these roofs are supposed to be yellow? Is that the coating? Is that how it would have looked when it was new? Or is it lost its coating? Because, like, who's installing a yellow roof? You know what I mean? You see a lot of them when you've pressure washed them, and they look absolutely crap afterwards. Like this, I'd be disappointed if my roof looked like that afterwards. Nothing to do with the work he's done. It's just, I think it looks worse. Potentially.
Tiles look even lighter. You can see they are starting to dry out.
The roof has lost its coating. So what colour would that have been, Darren? People who do that are snakes. Bet it took him 8 hours to do that roof. Comes across as condescending. I bet he'll be back using a turbo nozzle sooner than he thinks. He won't because of his pride. And he probably gets on just fine with the flat surface cleaner. Must be using higher pressure to get such results with a flat surface cleaner. You think that would have been red or brown? Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's about the way the pressure is distributed. I understand what he's saying. I totally get it. But when roofers say like you're reducing the lifespan of the tiles by washing them, by like pressure washing them and stuff, it's like, I don't know, put 2 tiles together. At some point, they've all lost their coating anyway. So, 5 to 10 years after they've been installed, the coating's pretty much gone anyway. So they're already porous. Roofers love to use the term, oh, you've made the tiles porous. I love the videos. Frederick, are you talking about me or are you talking about Macintosh? If it's me, thank you. He used a turbo off camera.
And it's turned out really good. We've cleaned everything up. The surrounding areas, we've cleaned out the gutters. We've applied the chemical treatment as well, so that'll help look after the roof.
I tried the flat surface cleaner, had to go over it again with the turbo.
There you go. Hope you enjoyed the video. Hope you found it useful. If you did enjoy the video, I'd really appreciate it if you give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel. And why not subscribe? See us on the next one. If you are interested in the training or you want to have a look at the approved contractor database, all the links are in the description below.
Approved contractor database. Podcast. Training course. Specialist roof cleaning. Northampton area. Training. Tools. Podcast. Where's the approved contractor database? How long would a roof that size take you by yourself doing a scrape and bio, Jake? By myself? I don't know. It's hard to say by myself. Probably the majority of the day, I suppose. But I don't work full days anyway. I do like 9 till 3. Yeah, I'd probably get all that done. But like on my own, scrape the roof. Well, set up the tower, scrape the roof, clear the gutters, biocide it. Maybe less. To be fair, actually, I'd probably fly through that. It's only a little dinger, isn't it? Yeah.
Subscribe. See us on the next one. If you are interested in the training or you want to have a look at the approved contractor database. All the
4
links are in the
hours.
description
2 hours of side scraping with a profile blade. Is that on your own, Craig? Welcome 9.
below. Also, I do a podcast, so you can listen to that as well. Tons of experiences from other professionals in the industry, how they've got started in the industry, some tips and advice from myself as well. So check that out, and hopefully I'll see you on the next one.
Cool. So he does good videos. That's why it's a shame. He lets himself down with the way he talks, I think, which is unfortunate because he seems like a nice guy as well. Just disappointing when he's putting other people down just to make himself look a bit better. But who am I to comment? Who cares about my opinion, really? Probably no one. See, this was done with the turbo. And I mean, if you did that with a flat surface cleaner, one, would you have got all the white liching spots off? Because that was quite heavily caked. And yeah, you probably would, to be fair. Probably would. Because it's still got... the tiles are still quite smooth because these houses were built in 2016. But you don't know whether... You can't honestly say that you've stripped the coating off the tile because you can't see what it looked like before. Like, the only way you'd be able to know is if you treated a couple of tiles with biocide and then pressure washed a couple more tiles and then waited 12 months for the biocide to take effect and then hold them side by side, then you'd get an accurate representation of whether you've stripped the coating off the tile. And to be honest, I don't think you would. That still looks absolutely fine to me. Because I can still see aggregate here. You can still see, if you zoom in, you can see all the little stones and stuff that are coming through. So the coating is already on its way out. And then on the next one, it's still a smooth finish, but you can definitely see the aggregate, just like you could before. So I don't buy it. I don't buy the whole stripping the coating off because you don't go close enough to actually do that. Anyway, did you catch Dave's video? I did. Yeah, the Marshall Air. I never use turbo on roofs and maximum of 80 bar. Takes a while if there's lots of white spots. 80 bar, that seems low. With a flat surface cleaner, 2 nozzles, you're only using 80 bar. Are you using steam? Hot water. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes a little bit more sense. Yeah, sorry, I just don't like him. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, buddy. Me and Steve did a roof on Saturday around the same size, 3 hours. Yeah, it's about right for 2 people, I'd have said. None of you are getting on the database. Pay me 500 quid and I'll put you on the contractors list. Yeah, I don't know. Wand, no FSC. Oh, you mean like a fan? Like a fan jet? If anyone's going to the Expo, make sure you come and say hi to me, because I think I'll be on my own on Friday. And so I'll probably look very lost wandering around. Although I do want to get some good filming in. I want to get around the whole thing this time, because last time I arrived and chatted to a few people, and then within an hour everyone was packing up. So oh, hang on. Hang on, everyone. Wait, what? I just done here? I think Matt's around. He is. I can't hear you. Hang on.
Hello.
Hey, there he is.
Hello, 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 hello.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm all right. I don't know. You've been watching, haven't you?
Are we good on volume?
Yeah,
do I need
fine.
up or down?
No, we're fine.
What's up?
How's your day been?
Good. We did some chemisting.
Yeah, I saw you playing about with some wood. Darren just said, "Oh no, another 3 hours."
5.
Um,
Yeah, I did a nice little wood restoration today. That was fun.
Was there any results from that? Because I only saw the photos you put up.
Yeah, I popped them in the wood chat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where's the wood? Where's the wood? The
Don't
wood
have to
cake.
ask me twice.
Oh my god, mate! You've set up like Someone said earlier it looks like a scene out of Breaking Bad. What the hell? Can you go through what you've got here?
Yeah, so in the bags there is 5 kilos of sodium percarbonate, which is basically powdered hydrogen peroxide, the best description. It's oxygen bleach. And there's a sodium metasilicate, which is found in, you may have heard of the product Wood Wizard in the USA. It's a very American word, Wood Wizard. Yeah, it brings out like the natural tannins in wood. So I mixed those two at a 2-to-1 ratio, 3 kilos of metasilicate to 1.5 kilos of percarbonate. Got that in 25-litre barrel, added some surfactant, sprayed it on.
What's down the bottom?
That is 20 litres of oxalic acid, which is the wood brightener that you finish it up with.
So that's like, is that to, what's it called when you put it on afterwards to,
Brain isn't braining. Yeah, brightens wood, like, just cleans everything up. It's kind of like those 3 things combined is basically trying to get like the hypo effect on wood without using things that damage wood.
So the oxygen bleach doesn't absorb into the wood, is that right?
Yeah, so what happens is the percarbonate, when mixed with water, it starts like reacting, releasing oxygen, so oxidizing. Any surface contaminants are in that path of destruction. So as the oxygen's kind of bubbling out, it's breaking down things on the surface. It's not penetrating deeply because it's decaying quite quick. Like, think if you mix up a batch of it, you get like 4 hours of usage time before it's just literally water and all the oxygen's gone.
That's a brilliant result. Does it still give residual effects like you'd expect from like hypo and biocide and stuff? Because I can still there's still a hint of green in places.
There is some green in places, so the oxalics should kill that off on contact, and then that will just like weather away. It's not going to be as long term as biocide. This particular property had a pond behind the decking, so that's why we opted for this.
Oh, look at your little van mount in the background there. Look at you go.
Yeah. Upgrade.
That's very impressive, though. I love how silver the wood is to begin with, and just dry, and just it looks like. I mean, some people would say that deck is a little bit past it.
Yeah, I mean the deck came apparently 9-10 years ago. It's been down, and it's never really been maintained.
And now that does almost look brand new. Once that green's gone, that looks brand new, doesn't it? Really?
Yeah, there's like, it's fortunate because there was no rotting. There's no sagging boards. Like, you stand on a board and you feel like you're going to go through it. It's pretty solid still. So hopefully we've breathed some life in.
Did you pressure wash that?
Yeah. So
is this your first decking job?
No, that's the 5th or 6th one I've done.
Were you surprised at how long those battens took?
No, because I've done a bigger deck than this. This was 78 square meters when you take into account the linear meterage. The biggest deck I did was 160 square meters.
Oh
It's
damn!
huge.
Those the posts on the railings and stuff just take ages every time I've done them.
Yeah. So I hit this with high pressure as well. This was not a low pressure job.
Oh really? That's interesting.
Yeah.
I would have thought you'd have avoided high pressure for splintering,
No,
feathering,
so-
and splintering the wood.
If you're feathering properly and you get your distance right, this was done with a 25-degree nozzle, which was pulled back just enough to cover a board and a half.
A board and
but
a
I was
half
hit-
at a time.
But I
just-
was hitting it with 200 bar, so really hard rents,
But
but
like-
from distance.
From distance.
Yeah.
I should have asked Steve Shires about that, because he's I think he was very hard. I asked him at like a couple of variations. He was like, no, 40 degree, half a board at a time. And I said,
Yeah.
what about a 65? No, 40 degree, half a board at a time. I was like, yeah, but what about? So I wonder what he'd say to 25 degree pulled back higher pressure.
Yeah, so this whole project, it was agreed with the customer that it was all an experiment. He was ready to rip out the decking when I was originally talking to him, because I did a gutter job for him, and we got talking about the decking. He wanted a little quote. I put in he was thinking about like, is it worth sanding? I did the whole 35 square meter thing, and he, $2,500, didn't want to do it. Gave him some other options, and it was still like 800-900 quid. And then a few months passed, and I was like, you know what? I'll message him, because I know he was like thinking about ripping it out. Let's do like an experiment. So what I did is I charged him a day rate of labor, and I covered the materials. So it was a complete, like, this was just for me to have a bit of a go at and see what happens.
That was similar to that driveway that I painted, that block paving one that I painted on YouTube. It was like, the customer knows, I haven't done it before, here's the product, I can try it, and we're both under the understanding that it's just an experiment, and he was quite happy to go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And like, the results exceeded my expectations. Like, if you go from what it was to what it is now.
I bet you look like a right nutter with all your little measuring cups and your powders and your...
It's so
Bit of
funny
this,
because
bit of that.
when you're putting the boiling water into the container and adding bicarbonates and things, like, it bubbles up. Like, it really does look like you're boiling a cauldron. Yeah, it was quite fun. Quite fun. Good one. Customer was well happy, and may have won some extra work out of him. So
Good
Win.
job. What are we talking about? Rules?
yeah, do you want to go through a couple of those things? Because obviously I was going to try and deploy it today, but today went later than I thought. So
Let me pull up the rules to remind myself.
I don't like calling it all rules.
I mean, I think they are rules. They're just rules, aren't they? It's just,
Yeah,
you didn't want to call them, you wanted to call them guidelines, but I'd rather just be able to tag people in the
Both.
rules section. Because we're having a bit of an issue with... Have you got a list of them?
the things I got the copy and paste you did for me.
Because I can't pull them up at the same time, basically.
Yeah, I got them.
So for anyone, this doesn't apply to probably most people watching. This is only just for the people that are in the Discord. But we've had to make a little bit of a rules section because we're getting some... no one's like being told off. No one's misbehaving, but it's more that we're just trying to avoid wasting people's time.
And the bombardment.
Yeah, you're getting loads of messages.
I had 26 message requests over the weekend.
Like, because
And I've just had to ignore them all. I answered all the safety related and chemical questions, but a lot of the things could just go in the Discord channels, or there were even things that should have just been a Google search. We had a situation the other week where someone was quite demanding of my time in a 4-minute stint, and they got a telling off. Since left. Sorry to that person. But yeah.
So because you're super helpful, You're really helpful in the Discord, and you take a lot of time to answer people's questions and stuff. People think you're their one-to-one advice giver, and they end up reaching out for direct messages, which is fine occasionally, but
Yeah.
when that's all you get every day, when they could quite happily just go in the Discord chat and in one of the. So one of the rules is to instead of DMing us, because I get a lot as well, and I'm like, I always have to say to people, ask this question in the general chat or in the chemical chat, because then everyone can chip in and everyone can learn, rather than us just having a private conversation and no one sees it. Like, just ask the question again in chemical chat and I'll help you. And the best way of doing it is, this feels weird doing it on here because a lot of these people aren't members that are watching this, so it sounds quite pretentious. But when you've got a Discord, when you've got a Discord group of like 300 people, this is probably the easiest way of communicating it.
Because we can just clip it.
Yeah, best way to do it is just to tag to at me or at Matt in the conversation. Just use that at function, and then you can tag a person in the conversation, then we'll see it.
Like, I've got notifications on in Discord, so if someone ats me, it will ping my phone, and if I'm available, I will probably see it instantly. If I haven't answered, I'm on a job or I'm busy.
Yeah.
And what I'm finding is, this isn't to call anybody out in particular, because a few people do it. Quite a lot of people do it. In fact, 26 people did it over the weekend. They'd ask a question in the Discord and then instantly DM it, or like at me in a DM like at 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I did have someone call my personal mobile phone, which that's crossing a boundary in my opinion.
Oh, welcome to my world. I get
Yeah.
three phone calls a day from like pressure washing people. Oh, I've seen you on YouTube, mate, or I follow your Instagram. Can you just where'd you get your poles from? Where'd you get your chemicals from? And then you say, oh, Pure Seal or whatever. Okay, it's all right. I'm setting up my own business, and then they go into their life story, and it's like, I'm on a job.
Yeah.
Like, I'm happy to help every now and again, but like, I don't need to hear it.
What I dislike is when someone's calling me with a problem, they are on a job and their customers in the background. That's where it kind of draws a line, because it's like, I've answered the phone thinking this is a potential client, so I'm now forced to talk to you. And when I can hear your client in the background and you're asking me questions, it's like, that's too on the spot. It's too much. I will hang up on you, or if it persists, I will ask to speak to your customer and tell them you're a cowboy, get them out.
This is beginning to sound fairly pretentious, I suppose, because I'm in a very privileged position that people feel that they can ring me and ask me for advice. So that's very cool.
But no, I appreciate it from people, but it's there are many questions that can just be put in channels, and we will get around to them.
Yeah, don't
like
call
I
me,
say,
just DM me.
If it's like a chemical safety or a personal safety, something like that, and you're really concerned and something's going on, I will answer. It's not a problem. I can't prioritize 26 DMs. Like, I've got a personal life, I've got a working life. There's also things to look at in the Discord itself.
I had a phone call the other day while I was at the pub drinking a non-alcoholic Guinness. I met my family there, and the chap phoned me up and he said, all right, mate, how much would you charge for 15 square meters of patio to just wash it? I was like, what do you mean just wash it? And he went, well, not chemicals or anything, just wash it. I was like, we don't really do that, mate. I mean, we generally quite often use chemicals to get the best result. But I said, whereabouts are you? He went, in Redditch, so local to you. I was like, okay. I can't really give you like a price, because it depends on the access, it depends on what type of stone they are. Yeah, but if it was just like a rough estimate, 15 square meters, how much would it be? And I went, I can't really give you a price, mate. But I'll text you a link to my contact form on my website, so you can fill out the contact form, pop your address on there, and I'll get back to you. And I knew exactly who it was. It was a competitor trying to figure out how much I charge. Because he wouldn't tell me the address. He wouldn't tell me which stone it was. He said he doesn't want to use chemicals. And I got his phone number off my phone and Googled it, and it was a local gardening service in Redditch, who, by the looks of it, he's just started pressure washing as well. It's
Yeah.
like, just be honest. Just say, I need a hand with my pricing. Have you got time?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous the way people go about stuff sometimes.
Yeah. So one of those.
Should we go through the rules one by one, just so we can,
Yeah.
instead of me trying to think of which one's which?
Yeah, I think it's more like, like it's asking thoughtful questions and engaging. Do you want me to go through them? You haven't got
Yeah,
this
if you don't mind, just you can read out number one if you like.
So, how much should I charge is a question we see a lot. We don't mind helping people with like quotes and things, but it's when you're not putting the effort in to figure out your own pricing. It's like there's 300 people and there's 300 businesses, and we're not there to run 300 businesses.
I'm sure there's the one or two people. I'm not going to name any names, but I reckon every quote they get, they put it straight in the Discord. Here's the pictures, and it's just, how much should I charge? It's like,
Yeah.
come on, at
We're not
least
trying to call
try.
people-
Put some
yeah,
effort
we're
in.
I'm not trying to call people out, and we get it. We've been in that position. We don't want to like make people feel like they can't ask the questions, but it's like we want to educate you on trying to learn how to make your own pricings. Because if we just spew numbers, you're not going to know how we got to those numbers,
Mhm.
and you're not going to learn. So it's like even if you're well off, you're like, I've just charged £15,000 for a 5 square meter drive because I thought it was this price. Like, yeah, stupid exaggeration, but
So
it's like just try and put some numbers in. I'm thinking of charging this. Does this sound about right? I came to the conclusion from X, Y, and Z.
who would have thought there'd be all this lore behind pressure washing? Yeah, that's true. It's very true. So the way I'd want someone to phrase a question, to get the best. That's the point. Is if you phrase a question properly, you'll get a better response from people who are trying to answer the question and help you. So the way I would suggest doing it is, here's some photos. It's around 85 square meters. I'm going to be doing it like this. This is the equipment that I've got, so I'm probably going to be turboing it and then doing a chemical treatment afterwards. I reckon I'm going to charge about 400 quid. Does that sound right? That's the perfect question. Because we've got the context of how you got there, because we've got the measurements, so we don't have to ask you how big is it, or what's the access like, or...
Yeah. Sorry.
No, go on. Like, what method are you using? Because there's loads of different ways that you can approach this job, but we don't know what equipment you've got. So, you know what I mean?
A paragraph with all the information or a lot of information will get you an answer quicker than us having to ask or other members having to ask you a question.
That's the point, is avoiding the back and forth.
Like, yeah, there's been some times where it's like 6 questions have to be asked before we get to a point where it's like, we could have just done this in a paragraph.
Yeah.
And
again,
like,
such a privileged position to be in, that people are in this private community that they pay for. And this isn't necessarily for a lot of people on this live stream at the moment, but I think it's probably a good place to talk about the Discord rules.
yeah, I think this is more like the video guide on how you should use the Discord, I guess, because your Discord is growing by 10 members a week. There's 10 new people in, and they're all asking the same questions, and that's where the problem comes, is people aren't using like the search function.
Also, we've got to tread lightly, because I don't want to put people off asking questions, because that's what the whole thing is for. So
we're not putting people off joining for the answers.
Yeah. And it's cool just to be able to have this rules section, and when someone just says how much, I can just refer them to the rules and say, look, section 2, expand a little bit, help us out.
Yeah, this is quicker. Like, we're on jobs, can't spend 20 hours. Well, apparently I can answering every single question.
What's the next one?
Structuring questions for efficiency. Just like the more effort you put into asking a question, the better advice you'll receive, and
Yep.
context everything. So that's the number one.
Context is everything.
Posts-
Like, have they got good water pressure, good access, good drainage? Like, let us know all the things, and then we can help you with the
Yeah.
pricing. Because I will
next
help.
one-
Sorry, I will help anyone with their pricing.
Yeah.
But if you just
Okay.
ask how much, I'll probably just ignore it because it's like you haven't put the effort in, so why should I?
Posting in the relevant channels will keep things organized. You know, there is, if you didn't know, if you, let's say you're not interested in wood care chat or window cleaning or chemical chat, you can mute those channels so they won't ping your phone. This is to any member, so you can organize the Discord how you want to what information channels you want to hear, and then people can just post in the relevant channels, for example. If you're posting in like marketing chat for your marketing stuff or your wood care chat for your wood care stuff, you're more likely to get seen by the people who monitor those channels.
Mhm.
If you're posting it in general chat, it's just going to get lost and lost and lost, and then you're going to be asking and asking, and then it's going to get lost between all the other chats. Like, the channels are there to try and keep it like specific to those chats,
Relevant.
and therefore you gets your answer quicker. Do you want to expand on that?
No, I don't think so. No.
Yeah, cool. Search function. There is a search function, if you didn't know. If you're on desktop, it's in the top right. If you're on your mobile, I think there's a little magnifying glass icon. If you type in your keywords, you'll like just type in any keyword and it'll come up with probably 9+ pages of stuff.
This is good because I can do like a live demo.
Yeah.
So I've just typed in ceiling block paving and there's loads of stuff that's come up here.
Yeah, it will highlight everything. And if you click on one, it will jump to that chat so you can read the entire thread.
Oh, look, I've posted a video about ceiling block paving.
Hey.
Jump straight to it, look. It's pretty cool.
Uh,
I need a wee. Do you mind
yeah,
if I
you
just...
can leave me to it. I'll answer some chat questions.
I'll be back in a
Look
sec.
at this. Q&A. Hi, chat. How we doing? Quick. Riot. He's gone. Kick up a fuss. Yeah, this isn't to, like, you know, put people down, stop people asking questions. I think it's just more me and Jake are getting overwhelmed. I think a couple of other members have DM'd me saying they're getting overwhelmed. It's like the Discord is there for the help, and as Jake said, if we're doing it in DMs, that's like 319 other members that aren't seeing that information. And then that information will be asked next week, and it's like we can just point them to that.
I'm back.
Sure, Matt makes up random words and expects us to think he's smart. You're not wrong.
Check quotes in Discord. Think I dealt with it correctly. Oh God, what's he done?
It's a washy one. He's done it wrong.
Is it?
Quotes in Discord. Let's look.
What services are you after? Driveway. How much do you charge? Can you send over me the address? What price is it? Okay, I'll think about it. That would really annoy me. If I say, can you send over your address? And they say, what price is it?
Mm-hmm.
At that point, I will stop messaging them back because you're just wasting my time.
I had call earlier. Was it earlier or was it yesterday? There was someone basically saying they've got a party on the weekend, and they want a wash ASAP. And I said, well, you know, I'm fully booked this week, but I've got a slot Saturday if it works. But I need the information. They wanted a remote quote. They didn't want me to call out. It's 2 minutes. I just said like my minimum charge starts at 125 up to 50 minimum, depending on all sorts of things. I'll ring you for questions later. They had a chat about it. I went to ring them for the questions, and the answer was, "Oh, that's way more than we were expecting to pay." And it was like 80 odd square meters of like, and it's just like they want it ASAP.
Yeah, just unreasonable.
Yeah, it's like, what are you expecting? Like 40, 50 quid? That's, that doesn't even cover half the chemicals you're going to use.
Yeah.
Where were we? Yeah, search function, that's cool. Pay it forward. Learn something here, make sure to contribute, pass it on.
And it's very natural for some people to be contributing more than others, and that's absolutely fine. Especially you're paying to be a part of the Discord, and so you use it as a service. That's absolutely fine. But also, it's nice that if someone asks a question and you learnt the answer like a month ago, it's nice for you to pop your head in every now and again and help someone else out. But
so it keeps your information in check, because if you haven't quite taken it in or learnt it properly, it's like we can either correct it or, you can show that you have taken it in. It's like a self-learning thing.
Yeah, but also I understand if people don't want to do that. But
yeah, just an option, isn't it? Double posting in multiple channels. I think that goes to posting in relevant channels. It just clogs up all the different channels, doesn't it? If you're posting in general, then chemical, then quotes, all the exact same question, you hog channels.
Yeah, I think the main reason that happens is if someone posts in chemical chat and they don't get an answer within an hour, they'll then go and post it in the general chat, and then you start having a conversation in general chat where it should be down in chemical chat, and it's like, if you at someone, or just copy and paste the question again, like in a couple of hours, and then you might get an answer. But it's like, if everyone's busy at the time, they might not be able to see it.
I think something that we need to note to anybody listening is like, this is the beginning of pressure washing season, and with like Jake's reach through YouTube, socials and things, we're seeing an influx of members. 320 members is going to be 400 members very soon, and you can imagine what happens when more and more members join and everyone does it. It's like, it's going to be chaos. Go back to like your WhatsApp group, and you went from WhatsApp to Discord for a reason.
That's like, mad, isn't it? Imagine that now, if we'd have stayed in WhatsApp, just one single chat,
it's like, that's why the Discord's getting so many channels. I put out a little survey the other day, and most people are saying like, everything's fine. Some people have said not enough channels, and we're trying to add more and more for each topic. And it's getting that balance. Like, is there going to be channels that don't get used?
That would have been my fear, is that there's just like, it gets too confusing. There's too many channels going on. But if people saying they want more channels, that's absolutely fine. It doesn't bother me.
It's working out how to structure them, isn't it? Like, we put all the like types of like chemical chat, wood care chat, sealing chat all in one folder. People can just like collapse the folders that they don't want to see. It's just, smart organizing. It's fluid. We can change things. It's drag and drop interface on our half. So if it doesn't work, we just put that chat in a different place, and that's how it works. But
yeah, let's remove that live guest questions, because that doesn't need to be up there anymore.
Yeah, I can delete that. It's it's more. You can imagine what happens when you hit 500 members and everyone's asking, how do we price this? How do you do this? How do you do that? What's the best thing for this? What's the best thing for that? And it's like in 5 different channels, and it's
yeah. If I don't need to ask questions, I can probably price something for you in a matter of seconds. But if I have to go back and forth asking different questions, it's like, it's going to take half an hour before you get a decent answer from me.
It's like, it adds to your value for money as a member. Like, if you're getting the answers instantly by putting your input, then you're getting your value for money.
Yeah.
I think we've...
Sorry, Brandon.
Over... Oh, yeah?
Brandon, welcome. Thank you for becoming a Circle member. Welcome to the Discord.
You got a member whilst we're discussing the rules.
That's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we've been over this last one, but limiting the private messages to admins. like I say, really don't mind taking DMs if they're like urgencies over safety, and you're gonna really hurt yourself. They're their priority, but most other things I'm just gonna have to click ignore them because they are discordable.
Yeah.
Um,
For the quotes post, I'd recommend being more communicative. You could tell them why you need the address. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, if you're contacting me as a contractor and I say, in order for me to provide you a quote, I'm going to need your address. I don't really want to get into like why and like explaining everything to them. Like if I've told you that, you can trust me that that's what I need. You know what I mean?
It's the customer's reaching out for you for your service, so when you ask for a bit of information, they should understand that you probably need that to help them.
On one part of it is a respect thing. If I've asked for some information, there's a reason why I need it, and just respect the fact that I'm asking for it, and I'm not just asking for it to waste your time. But it's also, you've reached out to me. Your address isn't a piece of private information. Like, if you want me to do the work, if you intend on me doing the work, I'm going to need your address at some point.
Yeah.
And then also, I forgot the third reason.
If you're an hour and a half away from me and I'm pricing minimum charge because I'm remote quoting it and not realizing you're an hour and a half away from me, then that price has got to change. So it's like, I need your address, or at least a postcode, or at least an area.
That was the other thing. If you can't answer a basic question, it's a big red flag to me as a customer as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it usually means they don't intend on getting the work done in the first place.
Or they're a competitor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, there's a reason why questions get asked.
What's the next one?
Yeah, unless you have it prearranged, don't make private calls, especially in business hours, because that's frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more than happy if someone messages me and says, look, can we do this over call or whatever? If I've got the time, yes, but out of the blue phone calls in the middle of a working day where I have to turn off the machine, kind of, pick up the phone, stop what I'm doing, and answer a question of what size spanner is used for an M10 bolt. It's not, it's not the kind of not the kind of thing you should do. I think we wanted to know about the sales channel. If you are trying to sell something in the Discord, please provide a listing, whether that's a private eBay listing, a Facebook marketplace, whatever. Just prove your listing is real.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to assume anybody's going to scam, but we don't know who half of you are at the end of the day. And with this being the we see it on Facebook all the time, like the scam posts, because it's the beginning of the season, everyone wants a good deal.
Yeah.
If you are legitimately selling something, please provide something, and we are not liable for any deals that are made within or outside of the Discord as a result of an advert in the Discord. Like, use that at your own discretion and play it smart. Don't pay deposits on things without seeing things. All the usual stuff you would do when you're buying something from someone on the internet.
Darren says, can we use ChatGPT to answer people's questions? Is that guy still in the Discord?
I believe so.
We had a bit of a dispute the other day because someone thought it was a good idea to take someone's question that they'd asked in the Discord, type it into ChatGPT, get a bunch of random information that doesn't necessarily apply to exterior cleaning, lots of it wrong information, and then copy and paste that into the Discord to answer someone's question. And it was happening regularly, and I was like, where's this guy getting this information from? Because he sounds like he knows what he's talking about, but then I could see lots of flaws in his reasoning. And the way the text was formatted, you could tell it was a ChatGPT thing. And it's just not helpful. So maybe just stick to subjects that you are well read on and that you know about.
I mean, everybody's got a way of doing something and a bit of knowledge, and everyone's right and wrong in their own way. But if you're not too sure on the the source of the information, it's probably not a great idea to push it, or at least say like, I'm learning about this subject as we speak. Don't take this for
this is what
gospel.
ChatGPT says.
Yeah,
Maybe, but like I appreciate someone trying to help someone by asking a question like that, but most of that information was wrong, just flat out wrong. So it's not a good idea. But we learned, didn't we? And we wouldn't have known that would have been the case unless someone would have tried it out. So
yeah. I mean, we put the liability thing in the Discord a while ago. If you don't know, if no one knows, there is a channel that just states that any information passed over in the Discord, no one is liable. Like, you need to do your own kind of third-party research, and it's great asking questions and getting the answers. But if you're still not sure, try and seek try and get different avenues to get your answer. And if multiple things match, then chances are it's right. If you're getting like contrasting information from here and there and everywhere and not getting a direct answer, then you're kind of just like, shooting in the dark, aren't you?
And I like the identify this channel because it lets me sort of test my skills as well and brush up on my surface knowledge. But I'll be very clear, if I am not too sure, I will let you know that I'm not too sure. Whereas if I'm definitely confident, like this one earlier, is definitely concrete in my opinion, mainly because you can see the stripes, and I think they've been laid upside down. Is that little pimple effect supposed to be on the top or on the bottom?
Let's have a look. I answered a couple of questions earlier, but my phone brightness is bad and I haven't looked. Identify this. Which one are we looking at? Sam Hayden? Are these textured concrete slabs?
Yeah. You know the little pimples on the bottom, in the shiny bit on the bottom?
Yeah, that's been laid upside down.
Yeah, I thought it had.
So you usually put a primer on those and then that sits on your bedding mortar.
I can never tell if that's for grip for people's shoes so they don't slip, or whether that's for the primer.
It's usually for the primer.
Yeah. And then this one here,
like the back of ceramics.
This one here with some of the worst reflective staining I've ever seen, or the most obvious anyway.
Yeah, that's been poorly laid. No primer on the back of those slabs. Is that honed sand? No, that's lime.
I don't know. I'm looking at a little bit here, and that looks like some sort of sandstone. I can see some sort of natural pattern in the sandstone there, I think. So it's
either talking about the small skinny one between. There's like a circle of staining.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, better. Okay, this will be a good one for anybody posting pictures. Try and post multiple angles and get like a top-down shot, like a top-down shot of a surface, so we can see the texture as well.
Yeah, I mean this is a good photo.
Really
don't get me wrong, but
oh yeah, for sure.
But yeah, it's either honed sandstone or honed limestone, in my opinion. I think I'm leaning more towards sandstone.
Yeah. I would always say, like, to anybody, if in doubt, treat it like the most delicate surface of your two. If you don't know if it's lime or sand, treat it like lime, because sandstone's going to react like in a good way to a limestone treatment, whereas a limestone treatment won't react good to a sandstone treatment.
Yeah.
There was another.
Oh no, it doesn't matter. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Let me know. Let me know what you think of this, because I am confused. I've actually got an answer from Nigel from Smart Seal on this, so I wonder what he says.
Where are we scrolling up to?
No, it's in my personal folder.
Yeah, your stream's slightly behind that.
What do you think that is? Oh God, where's it gone?
It's going to take a moment for it to catch up for me. Okay.
So the customer has been sold slate. She's telling me it's slate.
That is not that looks like. So, your stream's slightly that's got the orange peel effect.
Uh-huh.
So I'm gonna say more likely lime.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident that's
It's got
limestone.
like a it's quite dull. Is that been like sealed with like a matte seal?
No, it's very faded. And
Very faded.
she said when the guy did all the work on the repointing and stuff, when he pointed up the
really like-
patio, it's a terrible installation. The patio has been laid
Yeah.
terribly.
I haven't used the right pointing. That looks like a black limestone then.
Yeah, can you see
Yeah.
that chunk there?
Yeah. So I'm
It just definitely looks like limestone to me.
That's not slate.
But luckily,
Slate is
and you can see the orange peel in the background on the watery spots, on the dark watery
Yeah.
spots.
like
And-
that first image where you've got the water bottle in shot. There's very obvious lime piece. Seems like 15 seconds.
And when it's wet, you can really see the orange peel really obviously. Hang on, let's go back to that one because that was quite a good one.
Yeah, that's a tricky position because if they're convinced they got slate, but you know it's lime. Yeah.
Like you'd expect slate to be the same sort of color all the way through. It'd be very dark black on the surface. It wouldn't be faded like this, I don't think.
No, and slate has a like that wafering, that ribbony wafering.
Yeah, wafering. That's a good way of saying it. I've always wondered how to describe it.
Yeah, it's like a wafer of like the layers.
I mean, limestone has that too, but they seem to be chunkier layers.
Yeah,
Slate's a lot more.
It's more like pronounced on slate, but slate also has like a smooth, like texture in places, whereas that is clearly not. That's like the orange peel. That's not a smooth texture.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find where it's wet so you can see.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. You can see that orange peel nice and clear there.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so when I mentioned that you can get, I said if it is slate, there's not much I can do about the color, but if it is limestone, I can apply a limestone restorer and get that color back, get the black color back. And she was very keen. So
Yeah, that'll come. Yeah, it's definitely not slate. That's the struggle when you've got a customer who's convinced they have a surface. You're like second guessing.
yeah, you can see the orange peel quite clearly when it's wet.
Got a Titan going up tomorrow. Done.
Mate, this garden absolutely stunk of piss. The whole the patio, when Jakey was grinding out the joints, he said it reeked, and then the AstroTurf as well absolutely stunk.
Yeah.
She's got 4 dogs, and they're all just like.
Oh. Yeah, that's charge extra.
Would you try a hydrochloric acid test on it to prove it's limestone? If it's limestone versus sandstone, yes, drop a little bit of hydrochloric acid. If it's limestone, it will dissolve. If it's sandstone, it might just discolor a little bit. I don't know what hydrochloric does to slate, so I'm not sure.
I believe it can discolor it, but I've never tried it.
Norris, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome.
Yeah, I think with surfaces, like what I'd recommend anybody do, especially if you're new, you can go down to your local Travis Perkins and see if they've got any like broken offcuts of different surfaces, so you can actually physically hold and see them. like get yourself a little stock of samples, and then if you're really struggling, just have them in the van and kind of, put it next to.
Yeah, get a black marker pen and write sandstone on the back of it and just have it for
Yeah.
reference later on. That's a good idea.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with turning up to a client's property and then not being sure. Just going to the van and pulling out samples just shows that you're able to.
That would sell the
sell
job
things.
for a lot of people.
Yeah, because you're really taking attention to detail.
And the other thing, which would be good to do, I'd like to have like maybe leaflet size samples split into 4 with like a bare, nothing on it. Maybe biocided, then maybe sealed with like a matte sealer, then like a wet look sealer, split into 4 grids and then left outside. And so I can show the customer this was cleaned a year ago. This is what the biocide's done. This is what the sealer's done. And this is what the wet look would look like if you went for the wet look finish. I don't know if that would work, but
that could be that's more of like a long-term investment. Do you want to? Yeah, you got to plan that one. That would be a very good, like, if you're really, because you're trying to push patio restorations, aren't you? Like you really want to get into.
I don't know. I keep changing direction with the business, and that seems to be a lot of what I'm doing recently is repointing work, and I think we quite enjoy it. Yeah. It's very labour intensive, but like that one that we did today, if I hadn't have been cleaning the drive, we'd have had that done in the morning, ground out, cleaned, repointed in a morning, and that's like, it's a lot of money for that job, like, because it's quite we had to drive out to Walsall, so it's about a 45-minute drive, and like, it's not a cheap job.
I mean, if you're specialising in something, like doing what you just said, that would make you a specialist in restorations, because you'll have the samples, you can take it out, that will really sell it to the customer.
Yeah.
If you're really wanting to push like sealing as a thing, like having different surfaces with, little chunk things with different types of sealer on, that'll be really good. If you're doing like a lot of like imprinted concrete retinting, like having just little bits of concrete with coloured tints, and maybe like one with a layer of, I don't know, xylene based sealer, one with like a high resin content, one with like a water based sealer on, just to show them like a matte silk. There's nothing wrong, like expand your tool. It's still a tool. It's a tool to sell the job at the end of the day.
Yeah, so that's what we're doing on this one. That's the next stage of this one. Is she's had the driveway laid in 2 different stages. The darker one is the newer part of the driveway, and we're going to try and tint. Well, we're going to tint both of them, but we're going to put a darker tint on the one on the right, and then try and even them out with the second coat. And it's going to be. I mean, I've set the expectations, and she knows that it's probably not going to be a perfect colour match, but we're going to do our best with it.
Yeah. What did you quote for that one, if you want to share it?
I went cheap on the repointing, I think. She's actually paid me today in full, and we haven't even been back to do the ceiling yet.
Oh, wow. I got like a 40 quid tip or something the other day.
Did you?
Yeah. I went out to a quote, and it was quite a simple thing. And I said, look, I can do it there and then. It was minimum charge, and got them really clean. They were really impressed, and then next thing I know, they paid with extra.
I'm not trying to one up you. I promise I'm not.
Carry
But
on.
yesterday, someone gave me a £50 tip for doing for repointing their patio, and they said, get you and Jakey a drink.
Yeah, it's nice when you do.
So the patio, the grind and repoint was 645, which I think is potentially a little bit cheap on that one.
What was these square meters?
It's, probably about 35. It's not a lot.
Okay. So 18 pounds ish.
Yeah, and then the driveway we've quoted £1,195 to wash, chemically treat, and apply 2 coats of sealer.
And how big was that?
75 square meters, I think. So it's £12 per square meter on that one.
And how much was that? 1,100.
Hang on, I think it's more like 100 square meters. If it's £12 per square meter.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100 square meters.
Did I tell you the drama with the concrete that I quoted?
Yeah, he said to get on your bike or something. He called you a
Yeah.
rogue trader or
Rogue.
something.
Yeah, trying it on. It was 235 or 238 square meters. And when I turned up, we spoke about, like, you know, the process, and he'd only had it done like 4 years ago and it was in a state. He wanted it fixing and longevity in mind. So, you know, quote to do the whole thing. I think it came to like 2,900. And I was like, I want to win this one because it looked great. I'd already discounted it to like 2,280, the lowest I could go. Bear in mind, like 1,500 quid of that is like material. And I basically just got told that they had it done 4 years ago and they only got charged like 14 or 1,500 quid. And I was thinking in the back of my mind, that's exactly why you're calling me.
Yeah.
So, like, you know,
why don't you get the last
disputing a
guy that
quote.
did it?
Yeah.
He's either out of business or he didn't do a good job.
Yeah, the first one. And I was just like thinking, like, I'm being told, you know, that, and I'm thinking, should I try and win this one back? And I just get it. It's not worth it.
No.
They're not valuing, like, you know, you go out, you spend an hour chatting about, like, you know, they want it durable. It needs to be durable. I put in a second quote, like it was 2 quotes. The second quote was like for 3 coats of sealer. The 3 coats came because I was going to put a big anti-slip on it. And they were really adamant that they want this durable. They don't want it fading, do anything. So I was like, you know, we'll just coat 3rd coat. That came to like over £3,000, actually.
Yeah.
And that was a joke to them. I was thinking, like, this is 3 days work for me and pulling in like another self-employed person.
Plus materials.
Plus materials, plus, like, you know, you've got to take off of that and everything. It's like, but you're going to find that people don't understand the cost. I mean,
it's the same with roof cleaning. People just don't understand how much effort it costs. It takes.
You usually find, like, a lot of clients that I work for either run their own business or they've been in a position of management and they understand costs things and they're quite happy to do things. It's always the ones that kind of always worked like the minimum wage jobs or something and never understood like how a business runs price. When you
and that's fine. They're not your customers.
Exactly.
Let the next guy have them.
I think we see a lot of that in the Discord. People like trying to win quotes because their customers are not happy. It's like, they're just leave it. Let someone else do that job. There's other clients.
I understand from the perspective of when you're first starting out, you're trying to win every quote, and if you put yourself in a position where you're really relying on the money as well, you'll sort of take anything. It doesn't matter if the customer's giving you red flags. It doesn't matter if the customer's asking you to go above and beyond and do stuff that you don't really want to do. You take the job because you need the money, and it's like, it's not a good position to be in, really.
Yeah, you kind of force yourself into a situation, and when they call you back a year later, it's harder to jack your price up and win them again.
Yeah. Is there any more rules to go through? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off then.
No. Nope, that was pretty much it.
Perfect. Anything else you want to talk about before I go to bed?
Be here for hours if we carried on.
Oh, we've got to do at least 7 more minutes because then it's my birthday.
Is it your birthday tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Chat, get your singing voice on.
The big old 3-3.
The big old 33, damn. Catching up.
You know, I bought myself for my birthday.
You spent money. Is it a ladder leveler?
Don't you even dare.
Is it a trolley axle?
Don't you dare. I've got some little DJI microphones so I can do podcasts on the go and stuff.
Oh, nice. They're the same ones Liam had for his life quotes, wasn't it?
Oh, is it? Has he got the DJIs as well?
I think it was.
Oh, nice.
Really?
I have Y-fronts older than you, Jake. I'm almost 35, to be fair. I can't call you old. I get called old a lot because I'm the oldest in sort of our friends groups and stuff. So everyone calls me an old man. My sister always called me old as well because she said I've got like an old head on my shoulders, and I'm always very like risk averse and very I wouldn't say sensible, but very I don't know what I'm trying to say. You have friends? I actually don't, to be fair. It's Sophie's friends that I've clung on to and called them my own.
I've got a question for you.
Okay.
What piece of equipment have you bought that was the transformation point of your business to make it where you are today? Does that make sense?
It does.
What is the piece of equipment that if you didn't have, you might not be where you are?
The new Moja 2 Pro. Oh, look, it popped up as well. Just right at the time.
X Max for 20% off.
Yeah. I don't know if there was one piece of equipment, if I'm honest, but the Gardener backpack opened up a lot of opportunities for me.
There we go. That's about right.
And I think the Panther vacuum saved me through the winter. That allowed me to keep going without taking any extreme measures. But the Gardener backpack opened up the potential for a lot more work that I wasn't really planning on offering. So it's like I could have been fairly stuck down a single lane of pressure washing and gutter clearing. But because I bought that Gardener backpack, I've ended up offering a lot more services than I intended to. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I'm not sure. It definitely changed the direction of the business, though.
Yeah. I mean, it's very versatile, isn't it? You get through the winter doing a soffit facial work with it. You can apply biocides to a roof with it. That's 2 services already. Soft washing any surface.
Conservatories, solar panels.
Solar panels, windows, if you really want to. Don't know why you would, but
Yeah. Ask some more questions. This is fun.
okay. All right.
What services do you offer with a backpack? I think we pretty much just covered them all, didn't we?
Yeah. Oh, what other question we go? What piece of equipment would you buy if you had an unlimited budget?
Oh, that's a very good question.
Someone handed you a wad of cash, a credit card, or whatever, and said, buy what you want. What would you go for first? That will push your business or do something.
Oh, that's a really good question. It sort of depends, because I really like the idea of having one of them like van mounted booms, so that you can get up to like gutter level and stuff to do solar panel cleaning or like roof cleaning or whatever, and maybe have like a van. YouTube Premium. Maybe have a van.
Next question. Yeah.
A van that's kitted out with all the pressure washing equipment, gutter clearing equipment, like maybe like a big vacuum hose on the back, so that you don't even have to get the vacuum out the van. It's just all connected. Maybe like a proper insane van that's just got everything on it. But that's a bit.
That makes sense.
Bit of a trick.
Yeah. If you were able to have, if you were to have your own mobile cherry picker on the van, then you unlock so many different.
And imagine going round and clearing 5 or 10 gutters a day and never having to empty your vacuum, because you've just got a huge tank on the back and you just pull the hose out from the van. It's on a big spool.
I was looking at that. You see them in America, the leaf trailers.
Big. And they're just like,
I was thinking, like, what if you did that for gutters?
yeah.
Because it's the same kind of principle, and if you can just rock up and do houses and not have to worry about emptying your vat, and everything's just there, and you've got the hoses, you can have a more powerful motor. You probably don't have a fuel-powered suction pump, I guess it is.
I'm just pulling it up.
That'll be pretty cool.
Look at that thing.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
that's
I saw
chipping.
that video.
That's chipping all of the leaves as well. That's not the best example. I've seen more satisfying ones.
Yeah, it gives you an idea there. Happy birthday to you.
Hey!
Happy birthday to you.
Look at that. That looks quite fun to use as well. It's like on a lance.
Yeah. That'd be pretty sick if you had that.
Craig, thank you so much for the 20 months. That's absolutely insane. Happy birthday. I need your help. Could you have a look at my message in the Discord? Sure. Brandon.
Is there any Discord?
Is this in private messages?
It is in connection.
18 years old, just started my own business. I've just started my first big job being on my own drive. I have the Honda GX390. I have 5 jobs lined up, and I'm not going to charge full price as it's my first time. Can anybody help me? Let me know how much less I should charge. I don't want to charge too small.
Okay.
We had this conversation with Mike last week on the podcast, and he said you shouldn't charge less.
Yep.
Do your own drive, do a family member's drive, and when you get to the point where you're competent, then start working at customers' houses at full price.
Yeah. The reason why you shouldn't charge less is because you get stuck at those prices. If you get a referral from that customer to say, oh, my mum wants something, my cousin wants something, my neighbor wants something, and you kind of, you get locked into, oh, now I've got to charge them the similar thing, and then you get stuck at those prices, and it's very hard to raise a price. What you should do, in my opinion, is look up, if you connect your YouTube account for a start, you'll have access to all the other channels, and there's a pricing chat, which, we can give you some more help in. But don't lock yourself into cheap. I suppose is it a disadvantage? If you're 18, people are probably going to look at you and go, oh, I can probably do it cheaper because, you're a young lad. But if you're serious about business, look at Welshie in the Discord. He's 19. He's mounted everything into his van. He's going for it, and he's doing well for himself. And I don't think he's getting by charging cheap. He's doing the job right. If you invest into your knowledge and into your tooling and things like that, you can make a go of it, and you don't have to charge cheap.
Darren makes a very good point. You will also be slower when you're new, which means you'll already be earning less per hour. Didn't think about that.
Yep, there's that. There is that.
Yeah.
Yeah, minimum charge is you should think about a minimum charge. What is the absolute minimum you will go out to a customer's house for and do a job? That's unloading your kit, doing the actual cleaning, the cleanup afterwards, walking around with the customer at the end, probably having a half an hour chat, all take into time.
And you
take into account.
In the beginning, you don't really put a price on your time, but as you move forward, you'll start to actually value your time a lot more. And in the beginning, you're not paying any tax as well, because until you hit that £1,000 income threshold, you don't need to declare that you're running a business. And so you can have £1,000 worth of cash in hand work and not declare it. As soon as you go over that threshold, you need to register for self-assessment, become like a sole trader, for example. So you've also got to think about, at some point I'm going to be paying 20% back to the taxman. I've got my fuel to think about. I've got my public liability insurance to think about, and you don't front any of these costs. All of these costs go to the customer in one way or another. So you've just got to factor that into your pricing as well.
Yeah, that's the one thing I would say is get your pricing on point. What is this job costing you? And why are you paying for it? Then when you start doing that, you're like, okay, this cost needs to go to the customer. This needs to be built into my pricing. This needs to be built into square meter cost or my minimum charge. Everything has like a fraction. And if you nail those down, then you won't do yourself in.
Can't believe I only made $1,000 last year. Yeah. I mean, you could do it like that and never be able to get like a mortgage or anything like that. But you, at the point where you want to prove to the banks that you can pay back a loan or finance payments on a car or a mortgage, you're going to be really stuck when you can't. When they tell you you're not earning enough.
JCM makes a good point. Got stuck in that issue when he set up in 2019 at the age of 19. 2016 at the age of 19. Only just recovering from my prices from that era. 9 years
Really?
ago. Just recovering your prices from that era 9 years later.
That's crazy. Because I suppose you get into like a group of customers and referrals and callbacks from year after year, and you can't. If you've charged 50% less than what you should have, it's so difficult to then charge the correct price next year plus inflation.
Something I'd say, if you haven't already, the Uncleanables just did a podcast with Lee Pryor, the window cleaning guy. I have listened to that 4 times.
Really?
Because the information in there is so invaluable.
Really?
Yeah. I listened to that twice today. Back to back. There is so much information from someone like that who has taken their business from nothing to where it is today. And in that hour and a half, hour 45-minute chat they had, like, it's so cram-packed, and he goes through everything from like poor pricing, like didn't know how to price at the beginning. So it was just kind of like throwing numbers out and kind of recovering from that and changing it. And then now they do a whole, like, every year they look at their prices and add like 10% or 20%. If it's outside of a thing, it's like 12 weeks plus 40%.
I feel like I've wasted my episode now because they come round to my house to do an episode and I didn't talk about anything like that.
Well, but your episode is your episode at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I suppose you have like a more personal relationship with them as well, so you have that element. I think like Lee Pryor went on specifically to talk about the business and how it grew.
Yeah.
But if anybody hasn't seen that episode, highly recommend it. You will learn so much from that guy. He just talks about, like, money sat in your bank doing nothing is not printing you more money. Like, don't be afraid to spend money. I think that's what a lot of people do. They try and min-max their income. Like, I need to charge the most for this project and spend the less. And it's like, that's great if you're willing to stay like one-man band. But if you're trying to grow your business, like, you need to stop thinking about, like, should I spend this? It's like, okay, what will this get me to make me more?
Do you play video games?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why did I say me?
You just used the term min-max and it made me think you probably play like MMOs.
So I've modelled my business on the video game method. One of my favourite kind of games is like RTS tycoon style games, where it's like you start with just the limited cash pool and you've got to figure out how to make the most.
City Skylines.
It's like things like that, yeah. City Skylines. I haven't played that much. SimCity was my one.
You watch the Spiffing Brit on YouTube?
I've seen a few episodes. I don't adamantly want. But But yeah, just like in games, like if you're trying to make in-game money, like I used to play EVE Online. If you're
Did
familiar
you?
with what that is. Yeah, I played that for like 9 years.
That game's insane. It's just like overwhelming amount of information. It's like a real world economy, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. But I kind of kingpinned alliance with money-making schemes that worked really well.
Really?
My business model is modeled after like trying to build like a video game, like reinvest in things, try and buy more things. Like in the game, your upgraded item makes you more money, and it's like if you that it translates direct into
That's
real
a
world.
cool way
because
of
it's
thinking
what
about
is.
it. You unlock
Yeah.
the next achievement. You get to a certain level,
Mhm.
unlocks the ability to buy this thing. You buy this thing, and it reduces all your time by this, and it makes you more profitable. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's a cool way of looking at it.
Like I was talking to you in DMs about my van. I've outgrown my van. I outgrew it a while ago, and I'm like, in my head, I want to keep the van because it's like, oh, it's my first work van. But then I'm like, well, actually, if I plan it right, I can invest into a better setup, a more efficient setup, extra tooling around it, and it's like that's going to propel to the next level.
You could almost play
Um,
Farming Simulator and do the exact same thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's what it's all about.
Darren says technically you are professional when someone pays you to do a job. That doesn't mean you're any good at it. I disagree. I strongly disagree with that.
I think that is what is the definition of professional?
It's probably the definition, but it's not what I would constitute as a professional.
Yeah.
Rule of thumb is you're considered a pro when you have done something for at least 1,000 hours. I thought it was 10,000 hours.
Engage in a specified activity as one's main paid occupation rather than a pastime. Yeah, you could be counted as a professional, but it doesn't make you a professional in that. You know, if you know nothing about it, it doesn't make you a professional. It's you like an expert, I guess. Differentiation.
Is having a card reader bad for a small pressure washing business? No, I've got this one. I got it working again today, actually. I just used a different charger.
That is a very good one, and this will go directly back to the Lee Pryor thing. He strongly suggests like get your payment methods sorted. You don't want to, he talks about getting like a CRM in early, and people are like, oh, but it charges you a fee. But he makes a very valid point of like, do you want to go through 1,000 bank transfers in a month to just make sure that Betty down the road has paid her like 30 quid for her windows? And it's like, yeah, that small fee just takes away your time, and it's nothing.
I'd say yes, definitely on a window cleaning round.
Yeah, for sure.
I think my stuff's sort of bigger ticket, so it's quite easy to see whether someone's paid or not.
Yeah, of course. But in terms of answering the question about having a card reader, if you can take a payment on their doorstep and it's only charging you like what 0.6%.
This is 1.6%.
1.6%.
On this one.
Yeah, is 1.6% worth the hit? Take money there and then, and drive off knowing that you don't have to check your bank, you don't have to follow them up with text, you don't have to write an email, you don't have to call them a week later because they've forgotten. It's like, I would say yes, having a card reader is not a bad idea.
And they can pay with a credit card.
Yep.
Whereas you can't really do bank transfers with a credit card very easily, can you?
Exactly, yeah. So there's that. You want to be able to take the money at the earliest convenience. And if that is on their doorstep with a card reader, then it's worth the fee.
And this card reader is only about 30 quid. And then you just pay 1.6% on all transactions. And what you can't do, you can't take payments for over £1,000, I realised the other day.
Yeah, that's... would you add that 1.6 on your quote? No.
Very good question, but yeah, it's more for my convenience than theirs.
Yeah. You claim that 1.6% on your tax return expenses.
Ooh.
Like
I didn't think about that.
It's still an outgoing, so you effectively get it back in a different method. Yeah.
What card reader is that? It's the SumUp Solo printer. Prints a receipt as well. It's quite nice.
Do you get people question what card reader it is when they're trying to pay and then hesitant to put a card on it?
No.
I know a couple of people that had that problem, so I went with the PayPal one. So I'm like, it's got the PayPal branding on.
All
Everyone
right.
knows PayPal. I think it's like 1.75, but percentages are whatever. It's £1.75 on 100 quid. It's thing.
It's against the law to add card fees onto an invoice. Ah. That's interesting. So you can't charge the customer that 1.6% extra. I mean, how would they ever know? Oh, I suppose if you're adding it on afterwards.
Yeah. You have to set that price up front, I think. So if you're charging 90 quid for a service, then you have to make that 95 quid, and then you take your 1.6 off of that. Yeah. You've kind of hidden the fee, haven't you?
Yeah. I pay 19 quid a month to have it as 1% instead of 1.6%. I suppose if you're taking enough payments via card machine, then that makes sense. What, you got to be taking... Would that be like roughly 19 plus payments a month?
Well, £1.60 on 100 quid. That means for every grand.
Do the maths. Go on, do the maths.
Yeah, so £1. £1.60 is it? Yeah,
I'm confused already.
On 100. Yeah. So for every £100, 1.6 is £1.60. So every £1,000, it's £10.60. That means every £2,000 is like what, 21.20. So if you're taking £2,000 in a month, then it's worth paying the 19%. If you're not taking £2,000 in a month, then you're paying 19% to have it on.
No, not 19%. It's
£19 a month for the 1%. Sorry.
Yeah, it's 0.6% difference, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got to be taking. You might as well be taking £5,000 a month to make that worthwhile. That 1%, like that 60 pence difference, doesn't really tally.
Yeah.
Like what? 19 divided by 0.6 times.
I'm confused. You guys have lost me. Where'd you get it from for 30 quid?
Month, yeah.
I think it was directly from the SumUp website. They just sent it out to you within a couple of days.
Didn't you? Was it you who got it? No, you didn't get it from like Screwfix or Toolstation.
No, someone else said Toolstation was selling them.
That was it.
Save £6 for every grand taken.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, yeah, if you've, you can obviously claim that 19 back as an expense.
You know what I'm struggling with lately?
What's that?
Is because my calendar's so tight at the minute. I was talking to Mike last week about scheduling people, just putting them on a list and just saying it's going to be roughly a month. I can't give you an exact date, but you're like third on the list, for example. Because my calendar's so tight at the minute, the stuff that I want to do, like I want to get me and Jakey on like a rope access course and stuff. I need to get my van serviced because I've got like a service warning light that's come on. It's got like a 20-day countdown timer on it, which is making me stressed out. Yeah. When do I do all this stuff?
So you put your van in for service and then get Jakey to drive you to the rope access course on Monday.
It's more about like I need to not book work in for a certain day and instead get the van serviced, or instead get on these rope access courses. But like I'm fully booked until mid-May. I've got no real gaps.
I mean, yeah, for us it's like, we always say it's seasonal work, like summer's going to be the height of everything, and winter is the best to do these things, but they still need to be done. The rope access course is going to enhance your business because of safety certificates, more appealing to clients.
Yeah.
You've just got to kind of do it, haven't you?
Yeah, I think actually I think I'm going to I haven't even looked at the course, to be honest, but I can't find a course that is specific for the sort of work we want to do. It's always like rappelling down the side of buildings and stuff. It's like I'm not interested in doing that.
Yeah.
I want to figure out how to do those anchor bolts with the eye hooks.
Speak to your hire station where you hire everything from, and they'll be able to guide you on where to go.
Oh, that's a good idea.
because that's handy. They'll be able to tell you. They'll need to know that. I would. I
think I've actually got a bit of time coming up because I'm going to the Lake District. So I've got me Christmas present was to go to the Lake District for like 3 days. So I'll just book it in for them.
Yeah, I think you just got to have like a business pot to say like we're not getting money these days. You can still cover wages, make sure you're still paying. You just got to do it. It's all to go with the business.
I think there's something to be said for leaving at least a day a week free. It's still a work day, but you can do your quotes, you can catch up on admin, get your van serviced. So only working 4 days, having 1 day as that extra day just in case something runs over or whatever, and then having 2 days off. I think that's a good way of doing it.
Yeah. So I try and I'll book in a chunk of work and then take a day off at the end of it. So if I've got a 3-day job, then the 4th day is a day off. And then I've got 2 days after that. It's like the 3rd day is the day off. I just roll it. I used to keep Mondays as admin days, but that's harder to do in the summer. In the winter, my structure is 4 days a week, Tuesday to Friday. Monday's always an admin day, and then Saturday is kind of like the day that I'll book like people who can't wait another week or so. Like a overspill day.
The issue is I tend to just end up working all of them. Like if I tell myself I've got Tuesdays off and I haven't got the kids or anything, chances are I'm gonna be working. I'm gonna be editing videos. I'm gonna be doing quotes. I'm gonna be doing something.
That's the thing. It's self-employed. You have to. You don't. If you stop for too long, things don't happen, and then your business falls behind, and then you pack it in.
Yeah.
And you see that a lot with people trying to go self-employed for the first time. They're too used to. They haven't got the understanding that they need to be working effectively 24/7 to progress into the world of self-employment. If you switch off for too long and you just try and keep it like a 9 to 5, it's not going to work. So probably the best time to say it, because we know what happens this time of the year in the pressure washing industry. You'll see people flood in thinking, yeah, the phone's going to ring and everything's going to be great, and I can do 3 days a week and make $5,000 a day. It's like that is possible in a few years' time when you've got it set up. At the very first time, your phone's not going to ring day in, day out. You're not going to have full weeks booked. You're probably going to be wanting to write emails at like 11 p.m. because you've spent the rest of the day doing a pressure washing job.
Yeah. If
it
you're
is a grind.
There's a guy that I watch on YouTube. He's got a podcast called Alex Hormozy.
I know him, yeah.
And he's like a gym owner, and he's got a lot of businesses, and he makes a lot of money. But he's got like a very clear mindset of like just outwork the next person. There's no shortcuts. It's just hard work, consistency, and sacrifice that will put you in front of 95% of other people. And it's like, it's not a difficult formula. It just, people say, oh, you work too much. It's like, yeah, but I enjoy work. It's like, oh, you don't see your family enough. It's like, yeah, because I'm working. And it's like,
exactly.
All these things that normal people make excuses about, but it's like if you can just spend 2 or 3 years with your head down grinding, you can build anything.
Yeah. And that's the thing. You've got to put your mind to it. You've got to grind it.
But if you don't want that lifestyle, if you don't want to absolutely grind, and if you don't want to get your head down, if you don't want to make sacrifices, and you're quite happy just pottering along, that's absolutely fine too. But it's a different path. I
think we say a lot in the Discord, like people are like, "Oh, I need to price and outprice this person down the road," and it's like they're not your competition. Your competition is yourself at the end of the day. If you're kind of taking your foot off the gas and not really wanting it, and you're not hungry for it, then you're only doing yourself a disservice.
Yeah.
Your competition is yourself at the end of the day. The person down the road, you just got to be better than them. Like, do things that they're not willing to do. Outspeak them to your client. Like what I'm really finding, you pointed out my folder thing the other day. I was on that limestone job, and what I'm finding, and this actually came back to me from a customer. I'm turning up insurance documents in hand, chemical sheets, everything, going around the Mosher, sending the PDF, talking to them about the surface, like just going for it. And if they go and get another quote, they will pressure that person into the same information. And when that person cracks and splits, the customer comes back to me and says, "We'll take your quote. You were higher. Your price was higher, but you know your stuff. You clearly thought about this." And I'm outdoing my competition by letting the customer do the hard work.
And all that is this. You're putting time and effort out of your regular day to do the research, to engage with the community, to find out stuff that the next bloke isn't bothering to learn, and it shows in your experience and in your
Exactly.
the customer can tell. It's not by accident.
Learn the names of the chemicals you're using.
Yeah.
You know, if you benzalkonium chloride, BAC 50, use it every day. Well, some people do. Just learn the name of it, and then when you say that word to the client, they think, "Wow, he knows his stuff," because that you've just wowed them with knowledge. Knowledge is king, and that is a cliche saying, but it's true.
Being self-employed is great. You can choose which 14-hour day you want to work.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, have a yearly plan, a 5-year plan. Where do you want to be? Like, going back to like the video gamifying your business, you've got to set goals, but they've got to be achievable because you need that sense of like, I achieved this. This is great. What's the next thing? Because you'll drive yourself into doing the next thing.
I'm still struggling with that. I'm just floating at the minute, floating about, not really knowing what I want to do.
Okay, let me ask that better. So you've taken on an employee. That's a huge step. Like, not a lot of exterior cleaners have a PAYE employee. So congrats.
Thanks.
Where do you want to go with that? How do you want more?
So a big spanner in the works was realizing that Jakey can't really get insured on a commercial vehicle, so I can't really send him out on his own now, like we'd planned. Okay. That was always the plan from day one. It's like, you do good work, you show that you're trustworthy and reliable, and you get your own van, all your own equipment, and I'll send you out, and you can just essentially do your own day. You work as quick as you like, finish early, or you take your time and finish a bit later. Like, now that's not really achievable because insurance on a van is like 6 or 7 grand, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
So now,
but if he's earning, let's say his earning potential pays for that, is that a value?
I'm so tight that I'm just like, it's not, that isn't even me being tight. That is just morally, I will not allow myself to pay an insurance company 6 grand.
Yeah, I agree. Ridiculous. Unfortunately, we're forced into it.
Yeah. So what would be the other direction now? I'm very happy with Jakey. I can't believe that I've found such a solid employee.
Is there?
How can he make my life easier by me giving extra responsibility without allowing him to, without him being insured on a van? You know what I mean?
I mean, there's that, and you've explored him getting his own van and own insurance rather than going through your company, and then you paying that difference. That will bring it down.
It would be better the other way.
Yeah,
that would be more expensive for him. And it would be cheap.
It'd be cheaper for you to pay it for him.
Yeah, but
So
it's
you
still
kinda meet
still not achievable.
Okay, but that's down to his age, right?
Yeah, because he's 19.
So that will change. When's the break? When does it change? 21?
I think it's about 21. Yeah, it's also
21
like
and
years
25, isn't it?
years driving. But yeah,
How
I
long has he
mean,
been driving?
just over, like almost 2 years.
Yeah.
But
It's
if we take that out of the situation, like, what would you do?
what would I do?
Yeah.
I would weigh up the value of that £6,000 a year. It's morally wrong. I hate it. But I would weigh up if he's going to go out, expand the company. Take, like, you can be doing clients, he can be doing clients. That's like more reviews, more clients, more mouths of word of mouth at the same time. It's like, will that bring in more work that will pay for that £6,000? Be able to bring on like another employee and kind of like train them up like you've done, Jakey. And are you looking to build your company into multiple employees, or are you looking to stay as sort of like a one-man band with labour?
No, so I never really wanted employees anyway. But Jakey has made my life a hell of a lot easier, and it means
Easier.
we can take on slightly bigger projects as well and get them done much quicker. But
So-
I'm not looking to expand. I like doing the YouTube videos, although I'm not doing as much as I would want to be doing at the minute.
So if Jakey could be insured on a commercial vehicle and still went out in jobs, where would that lead you now? Where would you see it going? Because now he's in that position, able to do it. What's the next step?
That doesn't even make sense, because if he goes out on his own, he then gets slower because he doesn't have me with him anymore. And then it's
you
like,
don't have him, so your jobs get slower.
Yeah, so do
So
I?
you both need an employee to get back up to speed.
Yeah, and I don't want to go in that
So-
direction, so it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So you don't that way. That's your goal. So you keep him in
What?
keep him in your van, basically.
Yeah, that makes
You'll
more
never-
sense at the minute. Is just the way I see it is just like take on interesting projects, keep pushing myself, doing stuff that I find interesting, and film it all, and just keep making content. That seems.
Jakey interested in YouTube? Like, is he interested in being on camera and doing those kind of things?
He's a very private person, and he's great when you put him in front of a camera. Like I said, we were on a roof the other day, and I said, I'm going to ask you for an in-depth review on these scrapers. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes to think about what you want to say, and then I'm going to put the camera in front of your face. And the job description was, you must be comfortable on camera. You must be happy with me like putting you on YouTube and stuff, because that's a massive part of who I need for the job. And he just did a perfect roof scraper review about why this one's better than this one. And Zach was like, how did you just do that? That was brilliant. Like that, to just think of all that off the cuff like that. Like he just switches, like when you get a camera in front of him, he just like, it's funny. It's quite cool.
When you did your little Moser advert where he threw the tape measure, were you expecting him to throw the tape measure? Because your reaction said no.
Oh no, I was. That was a bit of my acting. That was a bit of.
Okay.
We did about 6 takes of that, and
Just
each
launched it over the fence.
each time we took it in turns to go and pick up the tape measure. Do you think it looked quite natural?
Yeah, I thought it was kind of like he just did that because your reaction was like, oh, oh, we gotta go get the tape measure.
That's pretty cool. So it
That's
worked
cool.
then. Yeah, I don't know. I think I want to keep making videos and keep trying to help people, I suppose.
Do you get worried where work comes from? Where your next job comes in? Because you don't do any marketing or advertising apart from like you pump out YouTube videos and your shorts and stuff that gets attention. You put your posts on Facebook and socials, but you don't do any like Google ads or anything. Do you not get worried that things dry up?
Good night, Darren.
Will dry up?
Thanks for watching. I trust the process. I haven't really done anything with regards to advertising since day one, and things have worked out, and so I'm just, even when work gets quiet, it's like I'll just make another video, I'll just make another short, or I'll put some more before and after pictures on Facebook or something. Like,
what would happen to your business hypothetically if your Facebook account was deleted?
It would massively have an effect.
So do you feel like you should have like a backup in place?
That's an interesting question.
Like what happened in that, like, it's possible.
I mean, I've got a good foundation on like Google reviews and stuff, and if I wanted to run Google Ads, I could start doing that tomorrow. If I wanted to push a load of leaflets out, I could start doing. I could pay Royal Mail to put thousands of leaflets out for me. I don't think it'd be an issue. Like,
So you have reserves to account for that eventuality.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you've got that. A lot of people.
Your microphone's breaking up, by the way. I don't know if it's because you're not close enough to it or what, but
That's probably That was
that's better.
probably me getting further and further and further.
That's better.
Yeah, I was going to say that you can fund that. It's not a problem. Because I was listening to another Uncleanables today where he had, is it dunce cleaning or that? And they were chatting and was like, his Google My Business was deleted out of nowhere, and he had like 30 odd reviews. Now he's had to restart it. That would.
I know what it is.
be
You're
an
talking.
absolute pain.
You're talking into the end of the microphone. When you talked into the side of it, just then it's better.
Yeah.
That's
I
loads
can-
better.
Thing. There we go.
Yeah.
I haven't got it on the diaphragm. There we go.
He should be spending on advertising. Tell him. Are you talking about me or are you talking about Darren? Ciao, Darren. What? Oh.
He should be spending on advertising. Tell him. Yeah, he's talking to you.
Why should I be spending on advertising if I don't need to be? I don't need more work at the minute. Like, I'm quite happy with the amount that's coming in organically.
How much should you spend on advertising? It's just Reese TV. I'm going to just call you Reese. How much do you spend on advertising? So I actually had this in-depth conversation with Washi about a month ago, and I still haven't set up my Google Ads. I am still just floating with whatever comes in from word of mouth because it's working.
I don't think as a new business you should pay any money for advertising. That's a hot take, but I think you want to prove to yourself that you can create a foundation where you're not relying on. First of all, your Facebook, your page, you've got no reviews on it. Your Google page, you might not have even set it up yet, and if you have, you've got no reviews on it. You've got no content. You've got no before and after pictures. You are paying for advertising, like you're paying for a website. You've got no content for your website. You're going to put loads of leaflets out, and then people are going to Google you, and you've got no content. It's like, start making stuff and taking photos and asking for reviews.
Yep.
Get the foundations there first, and then if you think you can elevate that with a bit of money in some Google ads and stuff, then do it. I don't think just start paying, £200-300 a month.
Push for reviews when you're finishing up the job with the client. Just ask, like, are they willing to leave a review? When you send the invoice by email or WhatsApp or whatever, just mention again, oh, do you mind leaving a review? And drop the link right next to that. Don't just say, can I have a review? Put the link there so they can click it. And if they haven't left your review, just poke them a week later and just say, hey, I was just wondering if you had to think about leaving a review. If they still don't push any further, but you should at least ask 3 times for a review if you haven't got one.
3?
I'd say 3. Because you do it in person at the end of the job, you do it once at the invoice stage or in the follow-up text or whatever, and then one is a follow-up.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think that's complete fair.
Yeah.
Reviews are going to be the most important thing. I really started pushing Google reviews this year, and they're coming in. I thought it was going to be difficult to get reviews out of people. It's very easy to get a review if you ask 3 times. Most people only need to be asked once if they're very happy with your service. And I'm now finding people are contacting me from Google saying, I've seen your review on Google. And I'm like, I'm not even doing anything on Google. It's just the page is there.
Yeah.
So my local SEO is obviously working. And because you got those reviews, people are more likely to take on your business. If you're just spamming on Facebook, like I do this, I do that, and you haven't got any reviews on Facebook or no one's commenting to say, Matt did a fantastic job, they have nothing to go on. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people like to read reviews, but they don't like to leave reviews. And it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Like, if they're not leaving reviews, they're not helping other people see you.
Yeah.
But once people start seeing that you've done a good job for someone, they're more likely to trust you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when you start building work. And then they're more likely to recommend you to someone else because they're not just taking a random gamble on you. They've already got an idea of who you are, what you do. The reviews tell you everything. It builds a character impression for them of you, and then they're like more likely to go and speak to their sister, brother, cousin, neighbor, whatever, and just say, "Oh yeah, I'm having X, Y, and Z done," and then that's a talking point. That's a word of mouth recommendation, whether they say to use you or not. It's your name has been mentioned.
My customer today found me on YouTube. She'd watched all my YouTube videos, like my pattern imprinted concrete and my Titan videos. She specifically wanted Titan, and as I was finished cleaning the drive, a car, 3 big dudes pulled up and said, he's like, can't remember what his accent was, but he was like, you're the guy from YouTube. I was like, are you serious? He went, yeah, I watch you on YouTube. You do the pressure washing. I was like, no way, that's crazy.
I have a shout out for someone who will probably never ever see this. Her name's Andrea, and she lives in Salford, Bristol. She contacted me about a repointing job because she had seen one of your videos.
No way.
Yeah. She didn't say that on the phone conversation. I went out to go and quote it, and she was like, "Oh, do you use Titan by any chance?" And I'm like, "Oh, that's interesting. Like, you know that?" And she's like, "Yeah, I watch this guy on YouTube." And I'm like, "Who's that?" And she goes, "He goes under the name of Smout."
That's
I'm
hilarious.
like, "Ah." So yeah.
What did you say?
Andrea? I was like, "Yep, I'm the admin."
That's hilarious.
I showed her the Discord on the phone. It was quite funny. So she's accepted me. So Andrea,
nice.
Great.
I seem to use my personal Facebook more than my page. I have loads of before and after pics. Yeah, just put them on your page, and then share them on your personal Facebook page, and see if your friends and family will share a couple as well. Don't spam them and ask them to do it every day, but like, bro, I'm trying to get into the pressure washing business. I'm 16. Any tips? It's a very broad question, mate. I'd start by scrolling to the bottom of my YouTube channel and watching a couple of videos that take your interest. There's hundreds and hundreds of little tips all over my YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's that's a broad question.
Yeah, Matt, I think I'm gonna have to go.
Yeah, no, you get off.
Sorry, I'm like my eyes are
Going.
It's almost 1 o'clock. What are we doing?
We're speaking on a live stream, talking to all the exterior cleaners out there. Hello.
What are they doing? Why are they watching this at 1:45? This is ridiculous.
Oh, because they want information.
This still baffles me that people watch me do this every week. It's crazy.
It's definitely interesting because it's like you're sharing your experience. You're not trying to tell people how to do something and do it this way and don't do it that way. You're just kind of like, this is my experience. This is what I'm doing. You started just like everybody else has started. You were like, I want to give this a go. But I think that's relatable to a lot of people.
Hopefully.
Well, definitely. Like, I wouldn't, like I've told you many times, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for yours and Sid's videos.
Oh.
Like, it pushed me over to do it. I was thinking about it for a long time. Then I just discovered it, and I was like, you know what? If you can do it, anybody can do it, and I am anybody. So I went for it.
That's awesome. Right. Thanks, Matt. Thanks for clearing up the rules for everyone.
Yeah, we'll put them out in a channel and just so people can see it.
Yeah.
Still don't like calling them rules. They're more guidelines, but
they're definitely rules. Definitely rules.
Yeah.
Strict.
It's not to punish anybody. It's just like managing 320 members and DMs is just insane.
I've got a really fun idea. We should make a gulag where you change the person's role and then they only have access to that channel.
Oh,
do you think that's cool? Will they be able to see previous posts in that channel?
We can turn that off for that channel.
If someone's just typing to themselves because they've been sent to the gulag for like a couple of days or something, that'd be so funny to scroll back through the messages to see what people are typing.
That'd be
6
funny.
days later.
Yeah. No, we definitely put something in there.
Right, thanks, Matt.
All right, cool. Well, take it steady. Happy birthday. Chat, tell Jake happy birthday.
Thank you. I wish you were coming to the expo. It'd be great to meet you in person, but
Yeah, no, things got really, really busy, and I'm fully booked until God knows when. I don't think I've got a day off apart from Sundays for like 3 or 4 weeks. So that's gonna be fun.
yeah. I will take lots of videos, and you can pretend you were there.
Yeah, do it.
All right, mate. Thanks for popping
All
in.
right, cool. Yeah, no worries. Take it steady.
See you in a bizzle.
Good chat. Bye.
Right then, guys, that was fun, wasn't it? That was fun. Unexpected little chat with Matt at the end there. It's like an extra 2 hours onto the live stream. Crazy. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Very kind of you all. Thanks for the new memberships. Appreciate you all. Here's a little advert, and I'm going to say goodnight. Maybe do a live stream from the expo on Friday. Possibly. See you in a bit. Now these videos take a lot of time and effort to film and edit on top of trying to run a successful pressure washing business. If you find any of the information in my videos useful, then I'd like for you to consider becoming a paid member of the channel. Circle members and above will get access to my private Discord for members only, where you can pretty much get a hold of me 24 hours a day for inspiration, technical help, marketing advice, or just a general chat. I post pictures and videos that you won't see on any of my other socials. You'll be the first to hear about giveaways, special offers and announcements, and it's just generally a nice place full of like-minded people who are all heading towards similar goals. We've got various different experience levels. We've got a few professionals in the chat as well. If you want to push your business, in my opinion, this is the place to be. We also have 2 other membership tiers. One is just to show a bit of support for the channel, and the other one is for boosted members, which will not only give you access to the private Discord, but also loads of high quality promotional images for you to start your business. I know what it's like when you're ready to get going, but you don't have any before and after pictures to put on your leaflets. At the moment there's about 150 images that you can use for pretty much whatever you like, and my intention is to constantly update these over the next few years with all of my before and afters that have helped promote my business. Last thing before I let you go, new videos come out every Monday night at 5:30, and then I go live at 7:30 to chat to you guys and answer as many questions as possible. We do live quotes for real customers and just generally keep up to date with everything going on in the pressure washing world. Thanks for watching, back to the video.